welcome, one and all. The 8th, despite what the thumbnail says, the 8th edition of Helmsman Reacts. I didn't notice that until literally, like, as I was kind of waiting in the waiting room for chat to populate stuff. And I went to edit it, and the thumbnail has it as number 8. Like I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what anybody sees anymore. We're all living in the Matrix. I don't know what the fuck's happening. This is the 8th edition though, and we got a banger. It's gonna be a little bit different, not too different. Mainly because all the things that were posted in the Discord are like related, or they're all kind of a part of the same story. So rather than going through like 12 to 14 random individual unrelated stories, we're gonna instead tonight go through a series of story threads. So there's gonna be less topics, but they're gonna be a bit longer because we're gonna go through articles and tweets and videos and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not going to be too bad, or it's not going to be bad at all. Damn it, it's going to be awesome. It's just going to be a little bit different, a little bit of a different flavor. We're just going to roll with it. Hi, Marku. Hello, Acumen. Hello, NDA. And hey there, Ammo. It's good to see you again, my friend. Welcome, one and all. Anyway, so tonight we have a lot of cultural stuff to talk about, and of course there's stuff going on. We're gonna talk about what we know about the would-be assassination of Trump. A lot of Western stuff, a lot of stuff focused on America today. So, in recognition of the America-centric stream that we have tonight, I want to start us off. Please don't leave. But I have to show everybody this, because this made me almost die from laughter. But yeah, we have to. Where is it? I did such a horrible job of setting this up. There it is. We're gonna start off the night. With the National Anthem. So, what better choice than 4-time Grammy-nominated artist Ingrid Andress to lead us in this national anthem? So I am going to, I'm gonna put my hat on. Maybe. Is my hat gonna work? It does work. Wow, I haven't used those in a while. I have heard about a certain drama that consists of an obese person. Yes, I am aware of the Boogie Meltdown. I'm not gonna cover the Boogie thing tonight. I was thinking about it, but I was thinking about it a bit, and I don't really want the Saturday streams to be about drama, if that makes sense. I want to keep it to news and culture stuff, and not necessarily like drama between other viewers and that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to talk about Boogie tonight. However, I've been thinking more and more about my schedules and stuff like that. And I do want to try to make a move to half and half between gaming and these kinds of streams. And if I do another one of these kinds of streams every week, then that stream can contain other content that's not necessarily the same kind of content that we cover on these Saturday streams. That includes potential for drama-related news and kind of stuff like that. Again, I'm just mulling that kind of stuff over. But the only issue that I'm worried about is that I'm not going to have enough content to fill that stream every week necessarily. Mainly because I'm not crazy interested in it. I mean, I have some interest in it, but I don't know if I have enough interest in it to talk about it for like 3+ hours every week on a stream. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's get to the National Anthem to kick off the stream, because of how American-centric this stream is going to be. So I'd ask you all to stand up, take off your hats, put your hands over your heart, and listen to the National Anthem.
Rise if you're able, and kindly your caps for the presentation of our nation's colors by the Texas Department of Public Safety Honor Guard. Now to perform the National Anthem, please welcome 4-time Grammy-nominated country singer-songwriter Ingrid Andress.
Woo!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah! YouTube started buffering? Are you fucking kidding me already? Oh, come on. Wait a minute. That can't be right. I've got a good connection. What the hell? Oh my god. Yeah, what the hell? Is it okay now? God. Can't believe it. I'm not even through the first fucking video and I'm already getting technical difficulties. God dang it. God dang it. It buffered a little bit. It's good now. Okay. I hope it stays okay. I lowered the stream quality to 720 to try to mitigate that, but apparently that's not working entirely. I don't know. I'm sorry. I promise I'll get better internet once I get to Florida. Oh my god. It's on our end? Oh, good. Thank God it's not my end. For once, it's not my fault. It gets so horrible. He started buffering. Lady Gaga did it better. Grammy Award winning. Well, to be fair, NDA, she was merely nominated. She didn't win. For I would say are reasons that are pretty clear. See, Grammy nominated, nominated, not winner. Now, she came out after this, and she apologized and said that she was like pretty drunk when she sang it, which is like either way, like that's a gross negligence of professionalism. You know what I mean? It's like you sound drunk. That's not an excuse or a reason, lady. That's just funny. Fun fact, I showed this to Jazz over on the Collective because he's a singer, right? And he almost banned me. He almost banned me. Pretty sure Rosie O'Donnell still holds a record as the worst National Anthem singer. I'm pretty sure the T-Motor personally apologized. Rosie O'Donnell sang the National Anthem? When did that happen? Was it when she was like filming League of Their Own or something like that? It makes it more funnier. I mean, it was entertaining. I mean, I was smiling the whole time. Oh my god. Okay, well, with that, wait until Yoko Ono sings the anthem. Yoko Ono has performed the anthem, but she did it like with her oboe, whatever the fuck she plays. A long time ago, couldn't tell you when it happened. I bet there's gotta be. Hang on. There's got to be top 10 worst National Anthem performances. This has to be weird. This has to be real. Yes. There's an MSN article about it. Fergie at the NBA All-Star Game in 2018. Beyonce 2013 presidential inauguration ceremony. That's Obama's fault. Christina Aguilera National Anthem at the 2011 Super Bowl. I remember this one. I remember that one. Wait, is this best or worst? Most memorable. I was like, wait a minute. These people didn't botch it. I know that Aguilera is not very good, though. Hang on. There's got to be... Oh, here's the worst. Here we go. 3, 4... Oh, this is... Is it the worst or the best? What the fuck is this list? See, there it is. There's Roseanne singing it at 1990. But you said it was Rosie O'Donnell. 7-year-old Malaya Emma. Pat DeLuna. Chris Stapleton. And then there's this. I have a feeling that this is a list that was inspired by what we just watched. Whitney Houston. I don't know. Hang on. Let's see here. Where's what the most? Did Roseanne Barr perform the national anthem? Over 3 decades have passed, and Roseanne Barr's performance of the national anthem is still seen as one of the worst and most confusing moments in the song's history. Okay, that's Roseanne Barr again, though. Are you sure it was Roseanne Barr? Okay, I was gonna say, like, I don't think it was Rosie O'Donnell. I think it was Roseanne Barr. Who, by the way, has kind of gone off the deep end. Anyway, let's move on. Move on from that. I have to say, hasn't been a good week for eaters. That's it. I hope Trump never hears that, or else he might thank the shooter for shooting his fucking ear off. Oh my god. Speaking of Trump getting his ears shot off, man, where to start with this? Because there's been so many updates. Okay, this is from last week when we did live coverage of it. Because that should happen right as I was streaming last week. The event happened like 5-10 minutes before I went live last week. And I was kind of nervous at first. Because I was like, oh god, I'm kind of nervous about covering shit live. But, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to ball. We just knocked it out. There's so many places we can potentially start. I'm going to wait for that one. That one. No. 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 Is that it? We can start here. Last time, I mentioned Dan Bongino as probably a really good source for this stuff. He's not the only one. There have been quite a few snipers and Secret Service agents and stuff like that who are really familiar with the protocols and all that kind of stuff. But Dan Bongino is the one that I mentioned on the last stream. He's probably the biggest name that I know of that really knows this shit inside and out. And he did an interview for the Daily Signal. Let me bring this up. So he did an interview with the Daily Signal during the RNC. And not a whole lot of commentary, really, but he just talks about it, basically. So we're going to listen to what he has to say, since I talked about him last week. Oh, God. I had this fast forward for the brown nosing. I hate that shit. Can't hear the video? Ah, shit. Okay, you should be able to hear it now. Hang on.
So we just want to get your take on Saturday.
Okay, you should hear it now.
We know you have very unique perspective on this, given your own experience in the Secret Service. What went wrong there, and are we missing something?
There's so many things that went wrong that we have to triage this into a few simple questions, or honestly, we could be here all day.
Yeah, it's really... This is one of the reasons I've had a hard time keeping track of it, because it's been a shotgun blast. It's been a huge, blast of stuff. There's so many different angles that have been looked at and stuff like that. For this stream, they've already been done 3-dimensional video recreations of the event that shows the trajectories of all the bullets and all of this shit. Now there's speculation as to whether or not there was only one shooter, because of the timing between the gun crack and the what is it, the report, basically. The sound is different, which is indicative of either two different distances away or two different bullet velocities. So that's now entered the arena of speculation. I can't imagine how social media would have been during Kennedy. God, dude. Yeah, no shit, right? And then there's the whole Secret Service angle, right? And I think the Secret Service angle is what we're going to focus on. That's the one I want to focus on tonight. That's the one that most interests me.
Why was there no spotter? Why was there no post stander down there? Why didn't they secure the air conditioning unit that this guy obviously at this point looks like he leapt on to get onto the building? Why wasn't there a post stander there? But if I had to pin it down to a couple...
So he's talking about they have pictures of the building and they show the ladder that went up, and like they were like, oh, the roof was sloped, so it was like a safety thing. First of all, it's like, bitch, you have one job. You know what I mean? That's number one. It's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, a slightly sloped roof is like, it means a no-go for you? Like, are you fucking kidding me? How pussified have you become? You know, in the Secret Service. I mean, fuck, I've seen cows up on sloped roofs before. Give me a break. But it's like, okay, even then, let's say the roof was dangerous. Okay? You still have to cover the access points. Right? You have to cover the access points. They didn't even bother doing that. But that's what he's talking about when he talks about the air conditioner. It's like they didn't even bother to cover the access points. It's like, what the fuck?
Full of simple questions, and I've said this to members of Congress. I had Jim Jordan on my radio show and podcast, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I said, I'm begging you, during this congressional hearing, no filibustering, no nonsense, no campaign websites. Get right to the point. Number one, they spotted this guy acting suspiciously, making furtive movements and things like that 26 minutes before the shots rang out. So let's lowball it. Assume that.
Yeah, this is the video that they have of the guy, like they're just kind of panning across the crowd, and they see in the background, all on his own, the shooter just kind of milling about. And they flagged this guy when he tried to get into the rally, because he had a rangefinder with him while he was trying to get, as he was trying to get into the rally. So he was already flagged by them. There's literally one ladder behind the warehouse. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do you not cover that fucking ladder? Yeah, it's very suspicious. There's a lot of suspicious shit going on.
That's 20 minutes before Trump starts making President Trump his way onto the stage.
How does he make it?
Why was President Trump allowed on the stage?
Exactly. Because they flagged the guy and then they lost him. They're like, hey, there's a security risk, and it got into the wind. Like, you don't let the president on stage when you have a security risk in the wind like that? Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, as a former Secret Service agent, I've got an active open threat I can't locate. So they knew about it 20 minutes before.
When he says he was a Secret Service agent, he wasn't just a Secret Service agent. He's being humbled with himself there. He was the guy who organized presidential security detail. He wasn't just another rank and file Secret Service agent. This guy was like the top of the game. He was the guy in charge of this shit.
Apparently, from what I'm hearing from sources, he had disappeared in and out of these buildings, so they couldn't find him. Okay, assume threats happen, right? I mean, even the best security plans, you can get threats at times. I've been with them. I mean, I had a guy in a hotel room one time in Indonesia acting funny, and I said, you're going to have to delay the president landing. We found what it was, and then he landed on time. It was no problem. Why was he allowed to walk on stage? I mean, you don't need to be a former Secret Service agent like me to say, wait, so you knew there was a threat there for 26 minutes, and you still let him walk on stage anyway and get shot?
Not to mention the dozens of people that were just standing and pointing at the guy for, like, minutes. Like, they all knew where the threat was. He was the guy who could give orders to the president. Yes, he was the guy who could give orders to anybody, basically.
I don't understand. Like, why not just delay the speech?
So his story is he was that guy that I described under Bush and Clinton. So the better part of 2 decades. And then when Obama got elected, he disliked and disagreed with Obama so much that he wasn't sure if he'd be ready to take a bullet for him, and so he resigned. So that's this guy right here.
Speech. I mean, Joe Biden's late on speeches all the time. The networks will wait. You couldn't wait 5-10 minutes. We have a holding room at every single site. The holding room, you know why it's called the holding room? This is very scientific. Because we hold you there if something goes bad.
Right.
That's literally why it's called the holding room. Why wasn't it used? That's question one. Why was he even on stage? The second question. The failed Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, who has been an abomination for this agency right now. just put out today, I was just talking to Mike Davis, I think you saw, is one of the great commentators, love Mike. And Mike's asking some of the same questions you are, because no one can fathom the stupidity here. Kim Cheadle put out a statement that we didn't have a counter-sniper team on that roof because of the slope of the roof. Well, the shooter didn't seem to have any problem with the slope of the roof.
Exactly.
Even accepting that the idiocracy of that story, how stupid it is.
Hey, Tuxedo.
Why then
Hey,
did
Delphin.
you allow him a clean line of sight? I'll give you a quick story I told on my radio show today. You can't mitigate everything. They could have got someone on that roof and they didn't. But say they really couldn't have. It's unstable or whatever. Okay, fine. Accepting this ridiculous story. I did a site once at Hofstra University for Hillary Clinton when she was the first lady. There was a really troubling line of sight issue. We were short on assets. There was a dorm building looking in through the window. Someone could have popped the shot on. We didn't have an asset to get up there. So you know what I did? I had them go to a hardware store. And you know the fake snow? I said, I want you to fake snow spray paint all of those windows. So at least the shooter can't see.
Wow.
It would be a random shot. We don't want it. But at least you're not going to be able to rangefinder.
That's smart too, because like, you know how like movies they always show like they show the sniper and his big ass long like rifle barrel is just sticking out of the window. That's not how it's done in real life, because it's really obvious to notice a rifle barrel sticking out of a window. It kind of gives you away, but they always do that in movies. It's annoying. No, they shoot from inside, all the way inside the room, out the window. Slopes around Trump at all time, perfect defense. I learned that slope was a slur from South Park. Remember the Museum of Tolerance episode, and they had the tunnel of slurs. And all the kids were going through, and they were all like, you know, all of these slurs were just getting yelled at the kids in this tunnel, and all the kids were like dismayed, and then Cartman's going through and he's like smiling like, this is awesome.
They couldn't even put a campaign banner and block the line of sight for the guy with the biggest footprint in the world. So again, why didn't they block the line of sight? And second, why was he on the X anyway? The X is what we call in the Secret Service where the protectee is standing. If you're in a limo and a limo gets hit, the golden rule is you get him off the X.
Right.
Why was he even on the X? Cover, evacuate, or don't even bring him to the stage. There is no excuse for this. There should be mass resignations. People should be criminally investigated for what happened here.
So can the FBI actually invest?
Not one. There's a few thousand employees at the Secret Service, and not a single one has been fired or resigned. Really makes you think, why wouldn't any of them get fired or resign? Unless it all went according to plan. Well, except for the final outcome. Museum of Tolerance is real? Where is it? I want to make a pilgrimage. Dude, if that's real and I eventually get to it, I will live stream it. I will get a GoPro and I will live stream that. And I will just PNG live stream it.
Investigate this? Do you
Yes.
trust them to do that?
No, do I trust the FBI? That's like asking an alcoholic if you trust Jose Cuervo. Like, no, I absolutely don't. I want to say I hope they prove me wrong. I'm also a realist, and I realize the FBI has some decent people. I worked with them. The management right now is an abomination. And what I'm afraid of is even if you get a bunch of good rank-and-file investigators who find out something serious, I don't know what that is or could be. I don't put out stuff I can't back up. That I don't trust Christopher Wray to tell people the truth. I just don't. I mean, if the guy had a Moms for Liberty hat on, then you'd get. Believe me, they'd have every story right now. The guy's parents would be in the gulag. But no, I don't. I hope they prove me wrong. However, I don't say things I can't back up, and until they, I see some evidence that they're hiding stuff, I'll reserve opinion. But their track record, I mean, can we just be honest, is from horrible to atrocious. And
I know you don't say things you can't back up, but in this scenario, based on what you know, do you feel like there's something going on here that, we've heard speculation that this was an inside job, that, there were other people
I mean,
involved.
Listen, opinions are like the holes, right? Everybody's got one. Until I can back it up, I don't even want to speculate. But I will say it is an oddity. I mean, I guess saying it's an oddity is an opinion, but it's opinion based on fact. He has no social media profile now in 2024.
20-year-old?
I mean, wouldn't you think that was weird? Like, you didn't. I think the neighbors would be like, "Oh, this guy's strange. He doesn't have a social media profile." So I find that odd. But again, I doubt inside jobs stuff because there are so many people that have to be read in on that plan. And it's just there's always a leaker. But I don't discount anything. Listen, after Spygate and Russia collusion, it'd be irresponsible for me to do the opposite too and go, "Oh, no, that didn't happen."
Yeah.
Well, what evidence you have it didn't happen? I don't. So, we'll see. But I hope they prove me wrong.
And last question for you, because I know you need lunch. We've been seeing people float you as the next FBI director. Would you do it?
That's the end of that. They start brown nosing again after this. I don't know. I'm in a very similar place as him. It was hilarious watching the man on the street interviews of like the counter protests at the RNC and how there's a bunch of people who are like, "Nah, it was staged." It's like, yes, he trusted that random kid was gonna turn his head as the bullet was being fired. So there's that level of very specific communication, and trusted that kid could accurately snip his ear and nothing else. And I'm also willing to sacrifice a couple people in the crowd to get a bump in the polls. It's like, these people are fucking insane. Absolutely insane. The ketchup packet theory, yeah. It's like, well, it's also like ketchup and blood don't actually look the same. If you know what the fuck what they both look like, they don't look the same. You think they do, but they don't. So, those people are crazy. Now, let's see what other stories we have in this regard here. There were a bunch of stuff posted in Discord. Let me see what else I have here. There's that one. No, we're not going to talk about that. There was this interesting thing, which I don't really know. Oh, got deleted. That's interesting. I still have the metadata, but there was a rumor emerging that the woman standing behind Trump during the shooting was Assistant FBI Director Janine Giuseppe. And it looked like she was standing there, and like it didn't happen until the very first time when she raised the sign, which everybody's like, she was giving a signal like, do it now, do it now. I think that's a stretch. I don't think that that's what happened. Things have gone to shit when catastrophic incompetence is the best possibility. Yeah, well, people are having to try to find a happy middle ground between Occam's razor and Hanlon's razor, right? Because Occam's razor is the simplest explanation, is typically the correct one, and then Hanlon's razor is don't prescribe. Don't prescribe malice when it can be explained with incompetence. Something along those lines. So people are trying to come to simple conclusions. They're like, okay, there was a counter sniper on the building behind Trump that locked eyes through the scopes with the fucking shooter, right? So he had him in his sights, and he let the shooter get several shots off first. You know what I mean? They have a legitimate security threat in the wind, and they allow Trump on the stage. They allows Trump to stand back up. Now, I mean, granted, he ends up with one of the most iconic photographs ever taken in American history, but he shouldn't have been allowed to stand back up like that. And then you have women who are unable to reholster their guns as part of his security detail. It's like, these are supposed to be the best of the best, and this woman is struggling. Yeah, it's a moment of heightened, security risk. I understand that, but it's like, this is what you train for. You're trained to be able to be calm and collected in those kinds of scenarios and do what you need to do. And this woman couldn't reholster her gun. She tried twice, couldn't do it. And then you add on top of that the fact that they have women assigned to Trump's security detail who are, the security detail are supposed to be bodyguards, literally bodyguards, as in guarding the body with their body, as in sacrificing yourself, as in taking a bullet for the guy you're protecting. That's the job. And you have women who are like 5'8", 5'7", protecting Trump, who is 6'4". Like, it's literally impossible for these women to guard his body. And yet, here they are, all over his detail. Not anymore. He goes to the RNC after he gets shot, and look at his security detail. There's not a woman in sight. It's a bunch of giant fucking white dudes. It's like, isn't that interesting? Isn't that fucking interesting? Let me see, what else can I bring up about this here? So the Secret Service is under heavy scrutiny right now. Like, really heavy scrutiny. So let me get a few things up. Let me get that one up. Let me get this one up. Get that one up. And video. Stop playing the video. Fuck. Whatever. There's one more, I think. That? No. No, not that one. Although that is related. Let me bring that one up too, actually. That one up, and one more. Right here. Okay. So, the Secret Service and this Cheadle woman, the head of the Secret Service, I reject Hanlon's razor entirely at this point. Incompetence of a certain level is identical to malice in every way. Yeah, I honestly, I was gonna get there. He kind of beat me to the punch, but yes, I'm at that point too now where I find whether it be incompetence or malice to be irrelevant, because the incompetence is at such a. I mean, the incompetence has reached a level of maliciousness where it can be considered malicious in and of itself. Anyway, so let me show you guys a series here. So first, the Secret Service denied a FOIA request that was requested by America First Legal following the shooting. They say that there is no urgency, and they deny that the American public has a right to know. So they're already starting to cover this shit up. Please be advised your request has been denied because you do not qualify under either category. You have not demonstrated that there is a threat to the life or physical safety of an individual, nor have you demonstrated that there is a particular urgency to inform the public about the government activity involved in the request, beyond the public's right to know about government activity generally. Your letter was conclusory in nature and did not present any facts to justify a grant of expedited processing under the applicable standards. So first of all, that's a boilerplate. They didn't type that out. They just had that sitting. They had that narrative just sitting on a hard drive so that they can just reject. They copy paste and then they send it. They didn't even think about it. They're just rejecting FOIA. They don't want anything getting out right now. But it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? There's no threat to the life or physical safety of an individual? What the fuck do you think just happened? Are you insane? The middle ground is that the higher ups assigned the most incompetent people in the hopes that something would happen on its own. That would be like your really like the passive plot, right? Where you don't orchestrate it, but you have like a hush kind of verbal policy to the people in charge of Trump's detail, wherein if there's a chance of that happening, they generally try to let it happen, or enable it so you get them like they did, which is they allow Trump on stage, they allow the shooter to take a shot, and then the moment that shooter takes a shot, the counter sniper takes him out. So you tie up the loose end immediately right there, right? And you haven't orchestrated or given any orders or anything to carry the act out. That I think is on the table. Absolutely. I have no doubt that a skeleton crew is the most incompetent people were involved in this. Occam's dildo, the gayest explanation is the right. Should we call that Tailfin's dildo? The gayest explanation is the right one? We got to name it after the person who comes up with it. Oh, man. Now, on top of the FOIA denial, there was this. Senators confront and chase Secret Service director at the RNC. So basically, the director... do I want to play this? No, this is her blaming the sloped roof. God. So in Milwaukee, 4 senators confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheater on Wednesday at the RNC. So she was there. She was at the RNC, demanding that she resign tonight or start answering our questions. Yeah, I think that's the right move. Every one of us had questions that we wanted to ask. We thought we didn't get any of the responses that were necessary, said Barrasso, who chairs the Senate Republican Conference. I thought you resign tonight or start answering our questions right now about the death threat to President Trump and allowing him to go on stage. I think this is entirely valid. Like, this woman needs to be hounded by Congress. Hounded. Post also witnessed the Republicans get in Cheeto's face as she walked outside the 3rd floor of the arena with a gaggle of media following them. This is the video right here. Oh, it's long.
Very disappointed in your leadership.
Okay, so she's surrounded by these 4 Republicans right now.
We'll start answering our questions right now about the death threat to President Trump and allowing him to go on stage in Pennsylvania at a time when he'd already been alerted that there was somebody with a spotter, all these situations already identified an hour before, and you let him go on stage without the knowledge of him, the team on the ground, and you will put him within less than an inch of his life. So resignation or full explanation to us right now.
We kept trying to get our questions in, and he never was running the file. It was not an event. The director, who was nearly killed. You mean an hour out, you had a suspicious person, and at 5:51, according to the timeline of your deputy, you identified a potential threat. And then at 5:53, you told, or someone told, that the sniper, that he was there. But can you give us an explanation? Why would anyone allow the president to go on stage when you know you've got a potential threat and you've got snipers that are trained on it? Why? I don't think that this is the format of this discussion.
Wait, you hung up on it. We're here. You cut out the meeting first.
Actually, to thank the partners who have helped secure the Republican National Convention, and I would not want to take away from their team.
So we can find a place to go right now.
All right, we'll try to get
What's the schedule for the hearing? I'm the Homeland Security Committee. We're trying to be able to get that.
We'll leave with you then. No, we're going with you. We're going with you.
We're going with you. Remember what was that? Oh, does she run? She's running. Oh wow, she's running out. Oh no, she's not running. Okay, never mind.
No shame, no concern. You answer the United States. I'm going to tell you the answer. The answer to us. The answer to us. This is exactly what you were doing today.
This was an assassination attempt. You
We
owe
did nothing.
people answers. You owe President Trump answers.
They're removing fast. We're watching we're watching the director of the Secret Service, Cheeto, get chased out of the RNC convention. So she's moving, she's speed walking. She's trying to get out of there as fast as she can.
Running, but you cannot hide from
To the
us.
people of the United States. You're the head of
People
the
are like, fuck, trying to eat a
You
cocktail.
owe answers.
You owe answers to the Senate, to the House, to the President, the past President, and you owe answers to the people of this
The
country.
president should have this kind of protection for crying out loud.
All right, that's it.
Just like that.
Just like that. Running away is not something you want the Secret Service to do. I know, right? Well, to be fair, she's not like a part of the detail. You know what I mean? Like, she's just a bureaucrat. You know, she's not carrying any, she's not carrying any heat or anything. I mean weapons. She's just a politician at this point. She's a Biden appointee. They turned her front middle-aged woman into Usain Bolt with one simple trick. More about this. Secret Service Director Kim Cheeto landed job after pushed by Joe Biden's office. It's not Joe Biden, Jill Biden. Remember how there's all this stuff right now about everybody thinks that it's actually been Jill Biden that's been pulling Joe's strings for like at least the last couple years, at least. Why does Jill Biden have an office that has any influence at all over the hiring and appointments made at the Secret Service? Or anything. Anything. How does she have influence over anything? What the fuck is going on in this FedEx video? What the fuck is that? Let's move on from that. I don't know why it's showing a plane crashing. So she's a desk jockey? Yes, she's a desk jockey. She, like I said, she's a spokeswoman. She's a desk jockey. She's a bureaucrat. She's a politician. She's not somebody. She's not personally, a part of security details. So, FedEx Boeing partnership. That was a max actually. I have to wonder why it was a good idea to show up at the RNC after this. That's a good question. I think it said. Hang on. It's set up here, I think. Quote. The group moved at a pace across the floor. Cheeto and the FBI director for Christopher Wray briefed senators for about half an hour earlier in the day, Wednesday. Barrasso and others griped that they were stuck in a queue and unable to get to the kinds of answers they sought. Secret Service Deputy Director Ronald Rowe Jr. and FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate were also on that conference call that revealed that... why was she there? Why was she there in person? Blackburn quickly rattled through those details with Cheeto and demanded an explanation of why anyone would allow the president to go on stage when you know that when you've got a potential threat. A threat that you don't know where they are. as good old Dan pointed out. I don't think that this is a forum to have this discussion. Fuck you. Tell that to, what was that? Who was that? Was it a member of the squad? It was some fucking politician in the House or the Senate. I can't remember where. Who was like basically calling on every Republican congressional member to be hounded, like at every restaurant or gas station or grocery store, like literally unable to have any kind of peaceful public life. Remember that shit? He basically just called for the mass harassment of politicians that she disagreed with. Yeah, fuck you. You know, turnabout is fair play. We're gonna get to this more later on, by the way. But it's like you decided the game. Like, I'm sorry, but if I'm expected to play checkers, and then you set up a chessboard at the last minute, and then I finally figure out that I'm playing chess and not checkers, and I start playing chess, and I start playing chess better than you, don't fucking complain that you're the one who changed the game to chess. You know what I mean? Maxine Waters, thank you. Thank you. I know I can always rely on you, chat. You guys know this shit off the top of your heads. It's a video from Turkey with yet another Boeing plane crash, that time to the front landing gear manufactured. Yeah, exactly. I was like, why was it showing this? But then I remembered, it's like, oh yeah, wait, I think that was a Boeing plane, actually. I remember the news about that. Man, what a shit. Dude, when I go to Japan next year, I'm gonna really try to not take a Boeing. I will go Airbus. If I have to, you know, if I can. Like, all the way. I don't want to fucking touch a Boeing plane. I swear to God. The fact that there wasn't an emergency congressional subpoena the Monday after is a grave concern itself. Yeah, I don't... The Republicans, dude. Like, the Republicans are rather impressively phenomenal at fucking up when they have the advantage. You know what I mean? They're really good at if they were a hockey game, the Republicans would be really good at getting called offsides during a power play, if that makes sense. There's my sports analogy for you. I hope you understood it. Let's see. So, embattled Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, who is facing congressional outcry and calls to resign. Yes. God, look at this woman. Does this woman not look like a DEI hire? She definitely passes the physiognomy check, doesn't she? Leading to former President Donald Trump's near assassination Saturday, landed her role thanks largely to a close relationship with First Lady Jill Biden. I swear to fucking God, if it's not DEI, it's fucking nepotism. God damn, dude. Cheadle, 53, is the second woman to lead the Presidential Protection Agency. So she's not even like the first. They can't even like use her as like first blah blah blah, like woman director of blah 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 blah. The non-Senate confirmed role in August 2022 after a 3-year stint as senior director of global security at PepsiCo. Okay. Does PepsiCo have a robust... I mean, I know that they've got to have pretty good security. You know, they're a major corporation. You know, I work for a major corporation, and we have really good security. So, travel agencies are already saying that over half of their customers are refuse to fly Boeing. Yeah, I mean, Boeing is getting... They're getting Bud Lighted right now. I don't think it's as bad as Bud Light, but Boeing is like the Dylan Mulvaney of the airline industry. The moment passengers hear it, they go, "What? No. Nope. Got to keep the Mountain Dew safe." Before that, she served 27 years in the Secret Service, beginning in the Clinton administration. Well, that's interesting. You know what? You don't know what that means, because good old Dan Bongino, who we started off with, he's the one who organized security detail under the Clinton administration, which means she worked for Dan in the 90s. Isn't that interesting? 4 sources close to President Biden's family, including people who interact with Cheadle during the Obama-Biden administration, said she was well liked by the future First Lady and her most senior aides, including top advisor Anthony Bernal. Cheeto served on Dr. Biden's... I hate the fact that Jill Biden insists on calling her a doctor. Like, she doesn't... She's not a fucking doctor. She has like some... Wait, hang on. It's a teaching... She has a PhD in, like, teaching or some shit like that. It's like it's an education degree. And yet people... Dr. Biden. It's like, fuck off. She's not a doctor. Go fuck yourself. You pompous cunt. Second Lady Detail and Anthony pushed her for her, a Democratic insider told the Post. Anthony has no national security or law enforcement experience. He should have no influence over the selection of the USS director. Yeah, exactly. Why do these people have influence over Secret Service hiring and appointees? That's insane. I heard at the time she was being considered for director that Anthony had pushed for her as an option. Another well-placed source told the Post. When I was planning a U.S. trip this year, I was only looking up flights using Airbus planes. The trip sadly never happened. Couldn't afford it. Oh, man, I'm sorry. I hope you get to make your way to the U.S. at some point. I mean, despite what you hear, it's a fantastic country to be a tourist in. It really is. I don't have a doctorate in STEM. I don't want to hear it. Well, a STEM or, like, medical, you know, which I guess... Science, technology, engineering, math. That's interesting. It's interesting how STEM doesn't include anything that there's no medical in STEM. There should be. There should be. Science, technology, engineering, and math. I think you should just replace math with medical. Because math is built into science and technology and engineering. So you don't have to, like, explicitly say that. Just take the M, change the M to mean medical instead of math, and we're golden. But you're right. I see, I'm close. I have a master's degree in a science field. I used to be a geologist, a professional geologist. But I would never want anyone to call me doctor. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The only place that belongs is on a resume to impress the hirers, you know? Dr. Helmsman. Fuck off. You pretentious asshole. Anthony is obsessed with being DEI compliant. Of course he is. Medical can also be under science, since there's a lot of lab chemistry, etc. You will call me master. No. If anything, well, Helmsman. Helmsman. That's my position, Helmsman. Using African. Oh god, why do they always have to spell it out? Like, is there anybody who doesn't know what DEI stands for at this point? Like, they always spell it out in every fucking article that it's mentioned. It's like nobody doesn't know what DEI stands for anymore. And the thing is, they don't even have to know that it stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Everybody still knows what it actually is. Everybody still knows that it's just, but it's fucking race and gender communism. Human resources. Oh my god. Okay, Cheeto. You know what this is? You know what I think this is? Why they spell this out every time? I think it's for search engine optimization, for SEO. That's why I think they do it. Cheeto is expected to provide a briefing to members of Congress Tuesday on how Gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, was able to climb onto a... When was this? Hang on. July 15th. Okay. 20 was able to climb onto a roof about 130 yards from Trump's location at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, before firing an AR-15 style rifle. Style rifle? Well, AR is the platform. Like, you don't have to put style. Like, what? At the former president, wounding him and two others, killing a rally goer. Notice how they say rally goer and not firefighter or father and husband. No, he was just a guy at the rally. You know, The Wandering Doctor sounds like a high production movie to me. Also, it doesn't sound like a good doctor. They always say like 130 yards from Trump's location. There was like, did he have a scope and all that kind of stuff? No, he used fucking peep sights, because if you've ever gone to a range and done any kind of riflery at a range, 130 yards with an AR and some basic peep sights, it's not a difficult shot. It's not a hard shot. And everybody keeps saying it's like, I can't believe, it's we got so lucky that he missed and all this other kind of stuff. It's like, I'm looking at the videos and stuff. I'm like, he didn't. He was on target. If Trump didn't move his head the way he did, he would be missing the back of his skull right now. The shooter was on target because, again, I had to explain this to my Japanese teacher because she's Japanese and she lives in East Asia, and they have like no concept of like gun culture in any way. So they're really fascinated by it when they hear it from Americans. Like when I told her that they have, there's a few grocery stores in America that have ammo vending machines now. It blew her away. It's adorable. Watching her react to me explain American gun culture to her. But she asked me all these questions. Like, he must have had a scope, right? Isn't that far? I'm just like, no. 130 yards with an AR? That's easy. That's plinking cans, you know? What a tactical style, the way to describe the rifle, the synthetic materials, rails, and attachments. Yeah, but the terms are getting subjective at this point. But AR-15 is a platform. It's not a style. The style would be black. You know, I mean, that's style. That's the style. If any, maybe the material. I mean, I would even go to that. You could say, I'm actually amazed that they didn't call it an assault rifle. It's an AR-15 style rifle. Isn't that interesting? I wonder if they're catching on to the fact that AR doesn't stand for assault rifle; it stands for Armalite rifle. Like, big black gun. Yeah, big. It's a scary gun. I think a lot. To me, like tactical. If it's tactical, you need to have at least. It needs to be at least semi-automatic. I actually think that. I don't know is there an actual definition of what qualifies for something to be called tactical? Because I think tactical, you have multi-fire capabilities. So you can like switch between, semi-automatic, 3-round burst, that kind of stuff. That to me sounds like tactical. But I don't know if there's like an actual definition, like a list of things that make it tactical. Like you have to check these boxes for it to be called tactical. I don't know. Again, I know a bit about guns, but not a fuck ton about guns. The director is also expected to appear next Monday at a public hearing of the House Oversight Committee. That's in 2 days. Republican members of Congress, however, are questioning Cheeto's leadership. Somebody really dropped the ball. You've got a DEI person, a DEI initiative person who heads up our Secret Service. Some of the sources praise Cheeto as reliable and likable. Who the fuck cares if she's likable? Like, Jesus, what an irrelevant thing for the head of the Secret Service. Like, being likable? Are you kidding me? I'd say anything is tactical if it's built to move between field and urban combat for long durations, hence the lightweight material and ability to adjust on the fly. Fair enough. That makes sense. That makes sense to me, NDA. But you have to, because you're saying that. I agree with you. But again, I don't know if there's an actual definition for that qualifies a firearm to be considered tactical. Anyway, Kim was always professional and a very competent agent. She was always good to work with. White House spokesperson Andrew Bates, with Director Cheeto, was chosen because of her deep qualifications for the job. Sure. I mean, to be fair, she did serve at the Secret Service for 2.5 decades. You know what I mean? Like, okay, that looks pretty good. That should qualify you for a senior level position. To be very fair, that length of time in the service, should bring you up. Should at least get you through the first gate or two. You know what I mean? Like, I could give her that. I can give her that. Kin served on my security detail when I was vice president. We came to trust her judgment and counsel. The precise mechanics of Joe Biden said in the statement announcing her selection. Well, yeah, that's because you fucking appointed her. Let's see. The precise mechanics of Cheeto's appointment were not clear to the Post, including whether the Secret Service conducted a supplemental selection process or if the decision was made entirely within the White House. It's also unclear precisely how long she worked on then Second Lady Biden's detail. Agents typically rotate assignments, and prior reporting indicates she was assigned to protect then VP Biden. The Secret Service did not immediately respond to a request for comment, and the First Lady's office did not offer comment. So again, they're being really close to the chest on this shit, because they know that they fucked up big time. They know it. Try and carry around a 30-pound oak rifle for 2 to 3 days, jumping between trees. God, dude, yeah, I know what you mean. Probably is some baseline definition, like how a car needs a 6-speed manual to qualify as a sports car. Rather have an asshole who is good at her job than a likable failure. Exactly, Mark Hugh. Thank you. For this kind of a position, yes. There are positions out there where likability, your ability to communicate and build rapport with people is important. You know, this is actually, I think, a qualification for a good manager. This is actually, to me, something that separates a manager from a boss. You know, someone who's an asshole, you know, a manager who is an asshole is a boss, but a manager who is actually, like, good at building rapport with those that they manage, you know what I mean? Where they can, you know, remain humble and cool with the people that they're managing, but also maintain that level of authority. You know, that walking that line, that's what a good manager does. You know what I mean? So there's plenty of jobs where likability is a factor. In this role, though, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh my gosh, what's this one? Oh, that's okay. Then there's this. Biden secret. Oh, it's fuck. It's getting cut off. Hang on. Yeah, when it does this. Biden Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheeto vowed to make DEI a priority of her agency. I'm guessing. I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates. Ah, yes. There's your diversity. Right there. The woman who can't reholster her fucking gun in a heightened sense of security threat. In the wake of an assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Pennsylvania on Saturday, many have been asking how the Secret Service allowed a would-be assassin to gain access to a rooftop roughly 130 yards away from the former president and GOP frontrunner with a clear line of sight. Would-be assassin fired off 8 bullets, one of which struck Trump and another that killed the former fire chief who was protecting his family. See, there we go. Thank you, post-millennial. Not just a fucking rally goer. A former fire chief who was protecting his family. The dude died an absolute legend. Like, there are some ways that you really want to go out. Obviously, like, dying of old age in your sleep, probably the most preferable, right? Dying protecting your family, gotta be top 3. I mean, I can't think of many more honorable ways than dying protecting your family. Fucking, what a fucking legend. What an absolute legend that guy was. The next one would be like, getting eaten by a shark while getting blown up by a grenade. Just something over the top badass. That'd be the other one of the top 3. Well, the silver lining to all this is that DEI is now officially discredited in the eyes of the normie American. I think it actually has been for a bit, but now it's reached absolutely the mantra of DEI kills is now very, very real. Because before, that mantra was like, it came off as hyperbolic, right? Because that mantra came about because of Boeing, right? There were those Boeing Max crashes a few years ago, and all of these safety incidents and emergency landings and crashes and shit like that's been going on with Boeing. And then it came out that their CEO is a fucking psycho freak who's obsessed with DEI communism and shit like that. And so that's where the DEI kills phrase came from. But it still felt a bit hyperbolic. But now painting the Secret Service as obsessed with DEI, now DEI kills, is an indisputable fact. Companies are trying to rebrand. Microsoft publicly said they were ending it. Realistically, it's rebranding it. Yep, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Let's see here. Eyes turned to Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, who was appointed to helm the... Don't dare you use my name in vain. The agency by President Biden nearly 2 years ago. Cheadle prioritized diversity, DEI, and vowed for diversity to be a primary focus. Fucking... See, this is the thing. I guess we'll get into this. But the big flaw, because there was the big story, I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but I guess it's worth mentioning now. Like, the whole thing with, like, Microsoft ending their DEI teams, but then, like, people are, like, celebrating, but they just write off the very next sentences where they're like, we remain fully committed to DEI principles and practices. We're just getting rid of the team. And people just write off that statement. And they're just like, yeah, the DEI team is going away. We're winning. And it's just like, why are you, how much cognitive dissonance do you have to just ignore the second part of that statement? You know, you read it out loud and you're just like brushing it off like they never said it. It's like, what are you doing? But the big flaw, I feel like, in that thinking is that these companies are ditching these teams because they're not making money. Because the DEI shit is not resulting in increased profits. That's like the big flaw in those who think that the DEI stuff is going away. Is that the only motivation is money. It's like, no, the motivation of the money as motivation was merely a Trojan horse. It was a Trojan horse to get a bunch of true believers embedded and infesting all of the companies. And now that they're there, yeah, they're losing money, but that's not the motivation. The true believers, their motivation isn't money. Because they're true believers. They're zealots. They're religious zealots. You know, they're in it to win culture. You know, money be damned. And like right here, this woman prioritized DEA at a government agency. Like, government agencies don't have to worry about profits and losses like a company does. Like, there's no financial incentive for the Secret Service, who just gets like baseline funding from Congress every year, you know, to be motivated by money to, you know, to implement DEI shit. It's purely an ideological motivation. No, I keep making comments 30 minutes ahead of time. No, you're good. Let's see. During Biden's first days in office, he issued executive orders requiring every federal agency to prioritize the woke metrics of for race, gender, sexual orientation, and transgender status. Yeah, he tried to pull that shit when it came to like funding for like the farmers. Remember that shit? Like, he was like, black farmers get the money first. It's like, what the fuck? And then like the courts like struck that down. It's like, no, that's like blatantly illegal discrimination. Like, you can't do that. I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women. God, it's all so fucking tiresome. In a separate interview with USA Today, Cheadle said that she looks forward to the day when diversity is just part of this agency. See, right there, she just said what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is getting rid of the team, but they're fully committed because at Microsoft, diversity is just a part of the company now. Like, it's literally the purview of every employee at Microsoft to recite the mantra, to sit through the struggle sessions. You know what I mean? Like, it's worse than it was. Because at least before, it was contained in these identifiable and nameable departments. Well, now it's not. You know, so it's really frustrating. Experts and critics blame the Secret Service for Saturday's failures. In-house Oversight Committee Chairman James Cormer announced that Cheadle would be called to a voluntary interview before the committee on July 22nd. Why would it be voluntary? There should be, like, mandatory subpoenas. Are you fucking kidding me? Other critics claim Cheadle's office denied increased protection for Donald Trump on the campaign trail despite heightened threats. Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent and conservative commentator, told Fox News there have been repeated requests to increase the security footprint around not just the residences of Donald Trump, but the body itself, and they have been rebuffed. Yeah, there was even a senator that tried to get all of his Secret Service protection stripped from him. I don't think necessarily it was to make him more game endable. I think he was doing it because it would have made that was like one of the major hurdles towards throwing him in prison is the Secret Service detail. So there was a senator that was trying to get his Secret Service detail completely stripped so that they could throw him in prison easier. 100% Boeing keeps using the same bad guy with the barcode tattoo. The bald guy with the barcode tattoo. Oh, that's right. There's like the string of all the Boeing whistleblowers that are like, they're getting Hillary Clinton, aren't they? There's like, what, 3 of them now? I know there's at least 2. Maybe we politely request to show their unwillingness before demanding. You know, the Republican Party have a rip. Yeah, dude. The Republican Party needs to grow some fucking teeth, man. I'm so fucking sick of the limp-wristed GOP. It's so fucking maddening. It's like, do you think if all the letters, the D's and the R's were reversed, that the Democrats would be holding a voluntary meeting with Cheadle? No. No. Hell no. That would be mandatory. Hell, they'd probably have her in cuffs in a jumpsuit. Because it, you know, whatever. Let's see. Furthermore, social media users highlighted video footage of female Secret Service agents struggling to defend Trump during the attack. One of them was unable to holster her firearm, where another seemed too short to protect the president. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. Like, this isn't a strength thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, you have to be able to literally take a bullet for the president. And if you can't physically cover a president like Trump, who is 6'4", he's as tall as I am. And he weighs more than I do. He's bigger than me, which is saying a lot because I'm a big guy. You know, I'm 6'4", 230. Trump's the same height as me, plus another 30 or 40 pounds. You know, he's a giant fucking dude. And you have this little, 5'7", which is tall for a woman. Like standing in front of him, like she's gonna protect him. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The evacuation did not go right, said Bongino. The FBI identified the shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks in Bethel, Pennsylvania. Snipers neutralized Crooks, but not before he shot at Trump after allowing him to gain access to a rooftop to 130 yards from the stage. Yeah, they had their sights on him. They had their sights on him for a while before he took the shots. Why? That's the thing. Like, okay, they allowed Trump on the stage, and then they allowed the guy to take the shots, even though they had him in their sights. Like, what the fuck? And they was like, oh, I was waiting orders, and I didn't get orders. It's like, Dan addressed this too in another interview. He was like, yeah, you see a threat like that. You see a guy prone on a roof pointing a rifle at the former president. You don't need permission to take that shot. Like, that's not the protocol. That's fucking insane. Had him in our radar. I know. There's a lot of sussy shit going on here. Former President Trump was ushered off the stage by Secret Service agents and transported to a local hospital. He suffered a gunshot wound to his right ear, but Trump issued heartfelt condolences to his supporters who were injured during the assassination attempt, and a donation site has been set up for the victims of the former president's behalf. Yeah, and I think that site, $6.5 million. Hell yeah. Holy shit. Dan here donated $1 million. What the fuck? Who the fuck is Dan Newland? Holy hell. Ken Abbas over here is just like, I donated $5. I feel good about myself. And then his post gets put right next to $1 million Dan here. It's like, aw. I don't feel like I'm helping so much. Anyway, jokes aside, fucking $1 million goal. They have 650% of that. So fucking fantastic. Ex-owner Elon Musk, who formerly endorsed Trump moments after the attack, called on Shield to resign. Extreme incompetence, or it was deliberate. Yes, that's where I'm at, honestly. Either way, the SS leadership must resign. Ironically, that's called the SS. Elon Musk, who, by the way, has since this statement said that he is donating $45 million every month up until the election to Trump's super PAC. It's like, fuck, dude. He is all in, and he's bringing a lot of like celebrities and billionaires and tech people with him. Actually, like this event is a huge turn in terms of like the Overton window, because now that there is absolutely no moral beating allowed from the left, basically. Dan Newland is an attorney in Florida. His donation got news coverage. Oh, okay. Wow. This is an attorney. Holy shit. Okay. Now, talking about this extreme incompetence, or it was deliberate. This was an interesting development that happened. So, this was posted I guess it's been fact-checked, it looks like. We'll read it anyway. It says, when was this posted? This was posted on the 17th. A company called Austin Private Wealth LLC shorted 12 million shares of Donald J. Trump, which is Truth Social, via a put option. The filing date is July 12th, the day before the assassination attempt. They have around $1 billion in assets under management, and this is by far the largest put ever placed. According to a source, the trade represents 6% of total shares and over 16% of the float of the stock, given the fact that Trump owns 60% of the company. This is a giant bet when you consider the total AUM, but wait, there's more. So basically what it looks like is that some big shot in this company knew of the assassination attempt beforehand, and knowing that Trump is the heart and soul of Truth Social, if Trump gets killed, then that site dies. Basically, Truth Social would die with Trump. So they shorted the day before the shooting 12 million shares of his stock, which means they're betting that the price of the stock is going to tank. So that looks a little sussy. Hey, Cornell. The Big Short. I mean, yeah, that's basically what they're doing here. Is it looks like they tried to short the company the day before he was planned to not make it past the 14th. Now let's see what this fact check says. It says, no, this is not evidence an investment firm had advanced knowledge and bet on the assassination of Donald Trump. The 13F filing was filed on July 12th, which he said in the original tweet. See, he said July 12th. But was for the time period ending on June 30th, 2024. that doesn't make it look any less suspect. Because that just means that they learned sooner rather than later, right? Like, does that actually negate? Can someone in chat maybe explain this to me? Does this actually negate the sussiness of the timing of this thing? Because it doesn't seem like it does on its face. But I'm no expert in this kind of shit. By the way, the whole 9/11 was an inside job thing, I think, is absolutely bullshit. However, the only piece of compelling evidence that I've ever seen of that is the fact that all of the airline stocks were shorted before the attack. Like, right before the attack happened. Which I thought was very suspect. That feels like too much of a coincidence. It could be, but yeah, there's a lot of things. Like, that's the thing. If this was the only coincidence, then I'd be like, okay, that was a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like, what if he never makes it on stage because, you know, they have like a threat in the wind? It's like, no, we're not letting you on that stage because there's a really sussy guy kind of mulling around and we don't know where he is. And until we find him and detain him, you're not going on that stage. And nothing ever happens. You know what I mean? Like, then it looks like everybody did their job properly, and this was just a coincidence, right? But because of all of the other shit, this looks a lot less like a coincidence. You know what I mean? It's like the whole thing, like stars aligning kind of thing. It's like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, to make things even more interesting, my source tipped me off with the following two images from their Bloomberg terminal. So this is like the fancy schmancy, like day trading, stock trading terminal that like traders have access to, and they pay like tens of thousands of dollars every year to maintain access to this thing. This is this is very expensive. This is a very expensive tool. So the put on the so let me see here. So they're showing the put here. Awesome private wealth, 120,000. I don't know what that says. Let's see. The screenshot on the left shows the put by Awesome Powers that was taken earlier this morning. It shows 120,000 puts. Okay, as you can see, their position is by far the largest. Next closest is Citadel Advisors with 16.7. Here's where it gets interesting. The screenshot to the right was taken later in the day, and poof, Awesome Private Wealth is nowhere to be found. Now, they have since come out and claimed that this whole thing was an error. They meant to do it to 12,000, I think, and it ended up being like 1.2 million, which that doesn't sound like a typo to me. Like, how do you like? I could see you like adding one extra zero. You know what I mean? But 3 extra zeros, that seems like an unlikely typo. NDA keeps racking those sensors. Oh God, what's going on, NDA? Hey God, let me see if I can. Let me bring you up. Let me bring the stream up on my phone so I can. Every time, man, it's always you. It's just you. I swear to God, you're such an edgy boy. Let's see here. And I gotta go. Go. This takes a second. I need to make a burner account that I can use on my phone, and I'm just gonna call it NDA Uncensored. That's what I'm gonna call my burner account. Let's see. Oh man. Then all messages. I've had military intel people tell me that we were aware that the attack was going to happen years in advance. They weren't able to share the details, but none of them were surprised when it happens. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of claims getting flung around right now. And I think 90% of it is noise right now. Sounds like a reality TV show, right? Also, Private Web amended their filing on 7/16 to remove their put option on TMG. Yeah, because they claimed that it was an error. So I don't really know what to make of this. It's very suspect, and the timing is rather interesting. But it's not definitive proof of anything. It really isn't. It's just another one of those fucking data points. You know what I mean? Like, if I stretch a string from one side of the crime board, from one corner all the way to the other corner, that's literally a stretch to make that connection, right? But if I have a whole bunch of connection points on the way, like, suddenly that connection to the end point on the other side of the board looks a lot more likely or possible. You know what I mean? And that's what this is. You know, like, if it was on its own, I would have to stretch a really long piece of string from one side of the board to the other. But because there's all this other shit that lines up with it being somehow allowed to happen, it looks more plausible. NDA's FBI agent. Oh, man. Okay, so we have been talking quite a bit about this, and we brought up the fact that Cheadle and the way she's been running her Secret Service organization is very much a DEI kills scenario, right? So there has been some interesting news in the world of DEI lately, including this. Microsoft DEI lead blasts company in internal email about team is reportedly laid off. True systems change work is no longer business critical. Okay, so we already kind of teased this a bit. Tuxedo kind of spoke to this, and I jumped the gun a little bit, but that's okay. It's not your fault, Tuxedo. It's not your fault. I appreciate you, my friend. Microsoft is reportedly shuttering one of its DEI teams. See, again, they fucking spell it out every time like we don't know what it means. Like, everybody knows what the fuck this shit means. According to an internal email sent by the team's leader to a significant number of Microsoft staff last week, in which the lead also accuses the company's executive leadership of, quote, investigated and evidence discrimination, harassment, and toxicity. Of course. Like, this shit, discrimination, harassment, and toxicity, like, the DEI team is like the epicenter of that shit. Like, there's no more discriminatory, toxic, gossipy, racist fucking weirdos in companies than in the DEI department. This very much speaks to me, sounds to me like like James Lindsay's ironclad rule of woke projection. But anyway, we'll continue. The email, first reported by Business Insider and corroborated by IGN, was sent by the former lead of one of Microsoft's key DEI teams. Of course, they have a bunch of them. In it, they state that their role and team were eliminated due to changing business needs as of July 1st, 2024. So this happened 3 weeks ago. IGN understands that the individual and a second person on their team were both laid off but was not able to reach the center for comment. Just 2 of them? Huh. Well, that is true. Usually they just because every department will have have a DEI ambassador, right? So it's actually pretty common for the DEI quote unquote team to be pretty small within these departments. It's pretty common that they're 5 or less people. Let's see. The email goes on to assert that DEI programs are in danger, not just at Microsoft, but across all businesses, unofficially, in my opinion. Not specific to Microsoft alone, but Conservative Policy Plan Project 2025. Oh my god, that fucking boogeyman. The Project 2025 boogeyman is fucking hilarious to me. I mean, honestly, I want Project 2025 to go into effect just so that all of the worst people, are forced to deceive and code. You know what I mean? It's like, God. And true systems change work associated with DEI programs everywhere are no longer business critical or smart as they were in 2020. 2020, what happened during 2020? I imagine a specific summer of peace and love and tranquility in 2020. Hence the purposeful and strategic 3 to 5 year shelf life of many companies' inclusion commitments post the murder. Wow, they actually invoked his name of George Floyd, Saint George Floyd, may he be forever praised, are being re-evaluated. The email reads, and the way I see it, the timing was impeccable so businesses everywhere could re-evaluate the path forward should their U.S. federal contracts be at risk if the work continues on its face. Federal contracts be at risk. Yeah, see, because this is the thing. It's illegal, and they all know it's illegal, and that they use really clever language manipulation to basically skirt around the law. I have a feeling that if Trump gets elected, I have a feeling that Vivek Ramaswamy is going to somehow be involved in Trump's cabinet, because not only did he because one of the things that I actually really appreciated about the RNC convention is there was very much a strong message of unity, which is a bit limp-wristed, but also a good thing, and I lost my train of thought. God damn it. Oh, that's right. But and one of those is because even Nikki Haley was there. It's ugh, God. But Vivek Ramaswamy gave this amazing speech at the RNC, and Vivek Ramaswamy is actually really good friends with JD Vance, the VP pick. They've been friends. They've been buddies for a long time, since their college days, and they've been close friends this whole time. I will bet you dollars to donuts that Vivek Ramaswamy ends up in Trump's cabinet in some way. And Vivek Ramaswamy is the one guy that's been out on the trail who actually understands the philosophical underpinnings of DEI and woke shit. He's not like Trump or DeSantis, who don't kind of they just see the praxis of it and see it as bad, and so they just want to get rid of it just because they see the results of it, but they don't understand the thinking and the ideology and the philosophy behind it. Vivek does. He literally wrote a book about it, called Woke Inc. He knows every little detail about the underpinnings of DEI, that kind of shit. He would be a fantastic person to draft laws that essentially outlaw DEI in all of its forms, no matter what. And the thing that's great about it is that he would know how to do it because he understands the philosophy. He would know how to do it without actually naming DEI. He would know, oh, what you do is you have to outlaw, this, approach to hiring, or this methodology, or this process, or this implementation, that, these kinds of implementations, blah, 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 affinity groups, all these other kind of things. And that would basically kneecap. That way, no matter how they'd rebrand or try to integrate it in, it'll still fall under illegality under the law. Because he understands how to write around their bullshit, essentially. And I think that they actually see that coming, and I think they're fucking terrified of it. Anyway, let me get back to the story. The email goes to praise the work of DEI teams at Microsoft, saying that impossible mountains were moved. No, they weren't. They always use this bullshit language. during their tenure and celebrating the brilliant, ethical, and world-class strategists at the company, helping to make the world a better place. How'd that work out for Crowdstrike? However, they are also accused. They also accuse executive leadership of, quote, investigated and evidence discrimination, harassment, and toxicity. Of course. Like, you fired me, I'm gonna just call you racist, sexist, all this other bullshit. It's just, my God, like, they haven't come up with a new tactic since like 2012. It's insane. Directed towards them during their time at the company, in a statement shared with Business Wire and since shared with IGN, spokesperson Jeff Jones said, "Our D&I commitments," because they got rid of the equity, remain unchanged. Our focus on diversity and inclusion is unwavering, and we are holding firm on our expectations, prioritizing accountability, and continuing to focus on this work. This is where the I'm okay. I almost cocked up a storm there. I'm okay. Whew, saved it. This is where like cognitive dissonance is kicking in. They literally say our D&I commitments remain unchanged. Our focus on D&I is unwavering. We are holding firm on our expectations, prioritizing accountability, and continuing to focus on this work. It's like, it's not going away. Like, just because they get rid of the team doesn't mean it's going away. Like, I can't believe that there are people that are like, yeah, we should celebrate this. It's like, no, it's still there. It's just they're just making it harder to pinpoint because there's no specific department that to point the finger at. Microsoft is just one of numerous tech and gaming companies that made their major commitments to diversity. You already defined it. Look at this. I know for a fact that they're doing this for SEO now, because look at this. They spell it out, and then they put the acronym in parentheses. They did that at the beginning of the article, right here. You only have to do that once on the first instance. Every time after, you don't have to do it again. This is SEO bullshit. I fucking hate SEO writing. Programs in the last 4 years, particularly in the wake of... Floyd again, they mentioned St. Floyd's name again. And the summer of Black Lives Matter protests that followed. Yeah, protests. Yeah. Microsoft in particular unveiled a racial equality initiative, pledging to increase representation, invest an additional $150 million in DEI, and double the number of Black and African American leaders in its U.S. divisions by 2025. However, in the years since, a number of tech companies such as Google and Meta have begun to make significant cuts to the DEI programs they launched in 2020. Earlier this year, Microsoft laid off 1,900 staff from its video game divisions. I covered that. And closed both Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin. Last year, the wider company laid off over 10,000 individuals. Now, here's the thing. I think it's... My whole thing about... Because what they're talking about here... This highlighted thing that I've highlighted right here... This is speculated to be the enaction of Bridge. Right, the transition to the Bridge framework, where it's no longer relegated to a single point of reference, i.e., a DEI department, where there's like 2 or 3 people that you can point your finger at and blame. Right, the goal is to make it ubiquitous across every single employee across the entire company. BLM is why I call Jan 6 mostly peaceful field trip. A field trip. I like calling it a field trip. However, here's the thing. If they implement Bridge... Okay, here... I'm trying to think of how to word this. I feel like Bridge is very, very real, and it's absolutely being transitioned to. Bridge 2.0, I should specify. It's Bridge 1.0 is just DEI rebranded. Bridge 2.0 is a full evolution of Bridge or of DEI. It's DEI on steroids. However, if you say like, oh, the DEI stuff has to be like ubiquitous across every employee, you know, and they do the work, it's like, well, you could tell the engineers to do the work, but what the fuck is an engineer going to do? You know what I mean? like, number one, you're not going to make him change his mind. You're not going to make him change his philosophy by subjecting him to a bunch of boring DEI sessions that nobody gives a fuck about, and everybody, like, tongue-in-cheek makes fun of, you know, around the water cooler. You're not changing any minds. What work can you do? Because you can't require an employee, like an engineer, to do, like, out-of-work stuff. You can't do that. You can't tell it. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, you have to, like, go to this gay pride parade. That's illegal. You can't tell employees what they have to do outside of regular work hours. So my whole thing is, like, because I was thinking about this just very recently, actually. I was like, well, what does Bridge actually look like once it gets implemented? I mean, I think even if it gets implemented, I don't think it has very strong teeth, if that makes sense. I mean, you can, but the most valuable employees have options they might want to take. Yeah, exactly. Like, your most that's why there's, like, a logarithmic curve to, like, pay scales, right? Because, like, your best employees, they get paid, like, way more than people, like, only, like, a couple rungs below them. And that's because your best employees are the ones who have options. So you have to go way above and beyond to make your best employees happy, because that's gonna make them want to stick with you. Because the whole company man thing of, like, the 40s, 50s, 60s, really all the way up until, like, the early 2000s, that's not a thing anymore. Like, being a company man, Gen Z and younger, they don't give a fuck about that attitude. That is not a thing. They don't give a fuck. They're just, I want a job. I want to get my bag, and I only want a job so that I can use that money, that income, to fund the rest of my life, where I do the stuff that I actually want to do. You know, that I actually want to focus on building and pouring my passion into. You know, that's how Gen Z thinks, and I actually think that that's a good way of thinking, to be honest. But that's the thing, is that because people and employees, especially younger employees, like under the 30 and younger, don't have a sense of loyalty to companies at all. Companies have to be very wise and give a lot more to their best performing employees to keep them around. I would just quit. Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing. A Texas friend of mine is having to go through this DEI course for his work. He shared a few pics, and that's the most infuriating shit I've seen. Well, I've had to sit through not like a formal I guess it's a DEI thing, but it actually wasn't that bad. It wasn't like the struggle session, white supremacy. It wasn't that. It was like multiculturalism class that you would get, like, in high school in the 90s. That's what my DEI was like. It was very more or less like normal, just corporate shit. It wasn't like the super infuriating shit. Because, like, when you say, like, it's the most infuriating shit I've seen, I know exactly the kind of DEI training that your friend is being subjected to. That's the, you know, you have to, you know, be less white, capital W white, and all that kind of shit. It's like it's the very much the Ibram X Kendi version of it, right? And yeah, you're right. That shit is fucking infuriating. I got lucky. I didn't get subjected to that kind of DEI. I got subjected to, like, the old school DEI, which is like, it's still really fucking stupid, but you just kind of shrug your shoulder and move on, you know? But I'd love to be a company man. I've been laid off due to companies outsourcing outside of the USA to even consider it. I mean, and I guess it depends on your situation, obviously. So, yeah. Outsource, yeah. Trump is going to try to fix that, but we'll see if he can do it before he leaves office. Because once he gets in, you know, fingers crossed he does get in, he's gonna, you know, he's basically gonna weaponize tariffs and all that kind of shit, and he's gonna try to force companies to basically come back to the United States, because it'll, while expensive, he's gonna make it more expensive to go overseas. But that can only go so far. Like, think of like the microchip thing, where like 90% of the microchips in the world are made in Taiwan, and the problem with that is that you have to build a factory for every microchip platform, and it takes 10 years to build a single platform factory. It's a massive infrastructure endeavor. Microchip manufacturing is, and it's super fucking expensive. I think that Biden actually tried to bring manufacturing of microchips into the United States, but he went ahead and DEI'd it up, and it kind of killed it because he's a retard. Do you think Gen Z would reconsider being company men if they brought back decent retirement packages and benefits? Yeah, 100%. I think that Gen Z, I think that Gen Z's main issue is patience. I'm 41 years old. I'm a what they call an exennial, which is like the micro generation between Gen X and millennial. So I kind of have like a little bit of a perspective from both of the older and the younger generations. And that's the one thing that I've noticed about millennials and Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and it's because of social media and all the instant gratification that the younger people are used to, is just lacking in patience. But patience, you can learn to be patient. It's normal for people to become more patient as they get older. I think that Gen Z and Gen Alpha will just kind of gradually grow out of that. But my point about bringing up patience is that a lot of them want like these really good paying jobs, good paying stable jobs right out of college, right out of high school, and stuff like that. And it's just like, that's just not reality. It's just not. And I think one of the reasons that Gen Z and A are less inclined towards being company men is because a lot of them have to work two jobs in the first place. You know, it's just like, well, they're not working for one company to begin with. So like, if you're working two jobs at two different companies, like, it kind of trains you right there to not be loyal to one or the other. You know what I mean? But I think that if the economy gets restabilized, 28-year-old millennial, I have the attitude Gen X and impatience of Gen Z. So you know what I'm talking about, Marku. Okay. So you're what, 13 years younger than me then. Okay. Attitude of Gen X and impatience of Gen Z. Yeah, so you kind of get an idea. And you're not getting to get six figures right out of the gate, including having college education. Yeah. Well, like me, like my case study, I could very much use myself as a case study for this. Which is, I spent all of my 20s, or not all of it, 8 years from the age of 19 to the age of 28. I spent getting an undergraduate and master's degree in a STEM field. And then, at the age of 29, I went into that field. And by the time I was 31 years old, I decided to permanently exit that field and restart a whole new career that was a offshoot of my original expertise. And I was making okay money when I was in doing that job, or doing following that career path after I got my degrees. And from there, I took a pay cut when I switched my careers. And then now that I've been doing that career for about 8 years now, I'm in a senior level position, and I'm making very, very good money. But it took me, I didn't reach that six-figure threshold until I was 39 years old. You know, up until then, it was a struggle, and I think a lot of younger people think that they're supposed to have like six-figure salaries by the time they're like 30. It's like, you're lucky if you ever get a six-figure salary, ever. the average earner makes like 50 something K. You know, like that's the average. It's not. Hi, Mackie. What is your definition? Okay, money. How much are we talking about per hour? Okay. Since it was asked, I will break the American taboo of not saying how much money you make, and I will tell you what my salary trajectory is. Okay, I'm gonna lay it all out for you now. When I was after I got my master's degree, I went to work as a geologist, and those 2 years that I mentioned, I was making about in the 60,000 range, like 60 to 65K, and I made that into my that's what I was making from the age of 29 to 31. And remember, I didn't really enter the workforce until my late 20s. Rich furry boy. Lucky if I could afford a house. Economy is fuck, dude. If I didn't already own a house, I wouldn't be able to afford a house. Okay, but anyway, back. I'm gonna tell you because it was asked. You're my rich furry boy. Well, I guess that fits the bill, right, for furries. So I was making 60, 65. And then when I switched jobs to what I'm doing, well, what led me to what I'm doing now? I took a job, an entry-level job in I think I was making like 45K. So I took like a 30% hit to my income. Now I was making 45K in my early 30s. And I had that job for about 2.5 years, 3 years. And by the time I left that job, I think I was making like 48, 50. Then I got a better job for a similar but better role. And I was making, I got basically made it back to the 60, 65 range. Okay. And then 3 years later, I specialized and became a senior level, left my company, and my salary doubled. And at 39 years old, I was making 120K. And right now, as we speak, I'm at 130. So there, I just laid out the exact numbers for you, chat. I know that's taboo, but I will tell you right now that under that, even with that money, because I bought a house back when I was a geologist, when the housing market crashed and they were like dirt cheap, I bought at that point. If I hadn't done that, I would not be able to afford a house at my current salary. So, or at least it would be much more difficult. I mean, yes, I could afford a house. I would say that I could afford it. But it'd be a very significant financial hit to me, even at that salary range. So, yeah, the housing market is fucking awful. And I 100% sympathize with Gen Zers who are infuriated at the economy and the people responsible. Because I honestly feel like Gen Z is getting robbed of their futures. Because they're being locked out of the housing market. They're being forced to live with their fucking parents up until they're, way later than they should be. They can't keep a job. You know what I mean? Because the job market is so damn ruthless. There's just so much instability. It's hard to start families and stuff like that. You can't have a house. You can't have a place for yourself. You have an unstable job market. The cost of grocery costs a goddamn fortune. Makes forming a family damn near impossible. So that's why I consider like Gen Z and y'all, you're all being fucked. You're getting fucked. And it's not your fault. It's really not. Am I in California or Florida? I will be in Florida in a few months. I have been in Colorado for the last 10 years. So, I just told you mine, and I'll tell you. That's what I make an hour. I make around 26 an hour. That's before taxes. One thing I won't do is I won't tell you who I work for. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, Mackie. Don't dox. Yeah, just don't dox yourself. don't dox yourself. Me telling you my salary numbers isn't me doxing myself. But 26 an hour. That comes out to okay. That comes to, if that was salary, that would be about 60, 65, I think, gross. So, yeah, it's about what I was making when I was basically in my 30s, throughout my 30s. So, Gen Z was born into a coffin. I drank away my youth. That was my fault. But then they were screwed from the word go. Yeah, dude. Gen Z got fucked. It's no wonder that Gen Z is going in two directions. They're either becoming radically socialist and communist, or they're becoming more based. But either way, they're rejecting the current, like, neoliberal, neocon, warmongering status quo. You know? Which is, I actually think they're more trending. It's like the first generation in, like, 4 or 5 generations that's been less accepting of LGBTQ than more accepting than the last generation. Which tells me that that Gen Z is actually trending more towards the right, because I think Gen Z is wising up very quickly. I think Gen Z is a generation that is being encouraged to remain children their whole lives, but are at the same time being forced by reality to grow up faster. And so Gen Z is getting wise pretty damn fast, and I think a lot of Gen Z are leaning more conservative as a result of that. So I wish it would get better. I could barely find a job with them rejecting me. Yeah, I mean, I can't really give you any advice except to just not give up, which is very cliche, and I know it doesn't really help. But it's all you can do. It really is. All you can do is not give up and just continue to skill build. It's unfortunate. I wish I can give you better advice. I wish I could, but I just don't. I don't know, man. I don't know. What I can tell you though is that Gen Z. I don't know. We really went off on a tangent here, so I'll end this tangent. I will end this tangent on this. It's easy when you're in when you feel like you're in a spiral, right? Barely get a job, constantly getting rejected. It's easy to get a spiral, and a lot of that I feel like is because and you feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. But a lot of time that's because your nose is turned down and you're looking at the ground. You're looking at your feet because you're desperately trying to find a footing. So you're staring at your feet, and all you see is the blackness below you. So it's really easy to not see the light at the end of the tunnel. I promise you that it's there. And try your best to look up, and every now and then, and try to see it. Because I promise you it's there. And no, it's not the light at the end of that tunnel. That's not the way I'm telling you to go. All I'm just trying to say is that if you keep going, it will work out, despite the level of despair you may be experiencing, or are even just used to experiencing, or have experienced your whole life. It doesn't last forever. I promise you, it doesn't last forever. When I was going to school, I was effectively homeless for 2 of those years, because I had a shitty apartment. I couldn't afford shit, and the apartment got infested with bed bugs, and the landlord was awful, and he wouldn't get rid of them properly, and I was getting literally eaten alive every fucking night. And so I ended up sleeping and living out of my car for the vast majority of those 2 years of my life. So from there to where I am now, I have to believe that there is a light for everybody, and you just have to keep going. You just have to keep going. That's all I can say. Don't take the Boogie 2988 lolcow podcast. Yeah, don't do that. That's much more tangible advice. Trust. Follow NDA's advice, chat. Don't listen to my old man sympathy ramblings. Oh man. By the way, I'm glad that I'll see y'all here. There's a lot of a good mixture of new and old and frequent and less frequent viewers in here. It's really nice to see y'all. It really is. But anyway, I want to move on from this to this thing. I want to move into some cultural, some I would say like legitimate W's actually. So, let's see here. What do we do first? Man, there's so many that we could do. No, that's where we started the stream. Nope, that's not that one. Not that one. Need to get better at organizing this shit. Actually, you know what? Before we get into that, we're talking about. Actually, no. Yeah, we do need to get into that. That's the segue here. Is the DEI shit. Here we go. Another option that's not a great option. There's a three meals a day. The bed is the service. That was in for 5 years? No. SBI game Flintlock has launched to very poor Steam stats. Aww. Only 607 players, where other older games are doing much better at this hour. Game already discounted 10% on launch day. Grums had formerly covered how the former CEO and the COO ruined the game by hiring SBI in past tweets, race swapping the MC and using company funds to promote diversity initiatives in the CEO's personal virtual effects company. They eventually left. It seemed the game never recovered. So the story here is that this game actually had a good, solid team of developers and a good company. They were going. They were developing this game. It was going well. And then they hired this one person, Lissy K. Is it Lissy K? No, that's not Lissy K. It's not her. Maybe it is. Maybe it is her. Okay. They hired one person to be the new CEO and COO. One person in a C-suite, basically. And she DEI'd the game up. She hired SBI, forced a race swap of the main character, and then she siphoned funds because she was the I think she was acting as the CFO as well. And then she siphoned funds into her own VXF company. Basically, she used the company, Kepler Interactive, to launder money into her personal VFX company that she owned. So she comes into this company, ruins the game, engages in what is essentially like embezzling, and then she leaves. She leaves the studio in shambles. Kepler Interactive investor Lissy K claimed I would be wrong about the game, but it turns out I was right. What happened was Cabrutus basically put Flintlock. He saw the SBI connection and put SBI in the list, and then there was a developer that reached out to Cabrutus and said, "No, we got rid of that person. We're fixing the game. We're de-wokifying it and everything." And Cabrutus like, "Okay, well, give me proof." And he was not provided with proof, and so he kept it on the list. And the studio became bitter at him for that. But turns out There was no proof because it didn't happen. I heard Flintlock was actually not bad. I'm not touching it because of SBI. Yeah, exactly. SBI is the Dylan Mulvaney of the video game industry. Dylan Mulvaney is to the is to the alcohol industry as SBI is to the video game industry. The moment you associate with them, unless the association is for like a big AAA, huge budget, like IP that has its own merits, like Spider-Man 2 is a good example of this, or God of War, it's going to fail. Because even like if I cut that off at just saying like big budget AAA, that wouldn't even be true because of Suicide Squad's failure, which is a fucking massive failure, by the way. Did you know that Mr. Freeze's wife Nora, his wife is a lesbian. The lesbian the woman married to a man is a lesbian in Suicide Squad. Rocksteady, I think you need to consult a lesbian or two about what it means to be a lesbian. Oh man. Let's see. YouTube reviews of the game cite poor story as part of the reason for Flintlock's last reception. Sweet Baby Inc. consults on story and characters. Any studio currently working with SBI should ditch them and denounce them. The Brutus Steam list is nearly 500,000 gamers. Yeah, which is true. It's like 490 something thousand people in that list now, and none of them will be buying an SBI back game. Yeah, that's the thing. You take 500,000 people who are in lockstep with each other saying, if this company is associated with your game, we will not buy it. You take 500,000 people times what? Oh, how much? For an indie game, what, 30, 40 bucks? For a AAA game, 60, 70 bucks? What does that come out to? 500,000 times... I mean, it's like, isn't that... Hang on, I'm going to bring up a calculator. Up on my damn computer. Huh? 500,000 times. Let's say it's an indie game for sale at $30. Bucks. That's $15 million off the table out of the gate. For an indie studio, that is easily the difference between success and failure. Easy. Let's say it's a AAA game, selling for $70, which is insane. But that's the new normal. 500K times $70. $35 million. That's $35 million of sales profits gone right out of the gate. You can just take whatever your projected profits are and cut $35 million off of that for a AAA title. And they're saying like, oh, that group is irrelevant. $35 million ain't irrelevant. I've explained it before. I explained it during my big expose on Sweet Baby Inc. Actually, where the moment that a company recognizes that the amount of money that they save by taking on an ESG loan. So they take on an ESG loan, and the ESG loan has super low interest rates if you satisfy those ESG conditions. One of those ESG conditions is hiring consultant companies like SBI, right? So they have to realize that the amount of money that they save by taking on those loans is less money than the amount of money they lose due to groups like Brutus Inc. saying that we will not buy a game that has this company attached to it. Essentially, the moment that the loan savings is less than the money lost, then there's no longer a financial justification for doing it. And that's when these companies will really start hurting it, because they're going to have to go in front of their shareholders every goddamn quarter and explain, we associated with SBI, and then they're going to be like, but SBI always loses money, you know, and then they're going to have to justify that, and they're not going to be able to, and they're going to be forced by the shareholders to basically ostracize this company. My only thing is that it shouldn't only be SBI. This is why that website, DEI Detected, is so good, because DEI Detected isn't just SBI. It's all of these woke consultation companies. It's GamerX. It's Silverstring Media. You know, it's all of them. And when you combine all of them, there is a fuck ton of money that they are losing as a block by associating with these consultation companies. Now, this is just a one of many very recent examples, actually. The last one was Concord. In fact, let me look it up. Hang on. What's up? Do it right now. Steam charts. Hang on. Concord beta. Steam charts. Go chat. $1,000. There's 1,100 people playing Conquer right now. This is free, by the way. It was initially a pay-to-play beta, but they had such low engagement, low interest, that they opened it up. This is an open beta. It peaked at 1,500. And the thing is, honestly, like Flintlock, it actually doesn't look like the worst gameplay. Like, when you look at just the gameplay, it doesn't look awful. It looks very derivative. And it looks unnecessary. Like, the whole project is unnecessary. But because of the aesthetic, because there's literally pronouns listed in every character's bio, because the characters all look like they were generated by an AI that was filtered through the fucking DEI calculator over at Blizzard. People are just tuning out. Aesthetics matter. Art style, art direction matters. Beauty matters. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter how fun your theme park is. If people driving by your theme park look at the theme park and go, ew, that looks hideous, they're not going to go in. And your amazing theme park is going to be left empty. It is insane to me how ignorant these companies seem to be. Just I want to say I'm the 69 subs. Nice. Well, thanks for the sub, actually. Thank you. No, you're a very easy name to remember. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome in. I also suspect some people are just leaving games as a hobby. There's been a few good games, but most are pandering DEI trash. You get tired of that eventually. I don't think people are necessarily leaving games as a hobby. I think the hobby itself is aging. Hang on, I gotta close my door. Like back when I was, like, my first game console was an Intellivision, with the awkward little joysticks and the little number pads that you would slide the cards over, so that it would like customize the number pad to whatever game you were playing. When I was a kid, you know, that's what gaming became a thing. You know, when the NES got came out, when the Super Nintendo came out, when the N64 came out, this was like me in elementary and junior high, right? PS2 came out like right as I was like a senior in high school / freshman in college. So when I was growing up with video games, I was doing just that growing up. The average age of a gamer back then was young, was a teenager, or like some college kid in their early 20s. That was the average age of a gamer. Now, now the average age of a gamer is like in their mid-30s. So, and here's the thing. The nature in which people play games has absolutely changed. Especially amongst older populations, which is now the average age of a gamer. Because gamers now, on average, have lives. They have jobs. They have responsibilities. They have obligations. They have families. They have kids. They have shit that they have to do in real life. They don't have time to play, game after game after game, day after day after day, week after week after week. They can't do that. So what do? They find like 2 or 3 games that are just like comfort games. They can just boot it up, play it for a bit, and then turn it off, and that's it. They don't have to commit to like a 2-hour-long fucking dungeon raid in World of Warcraft or some shit like that. They can just turn on Call of Duty, play a few matches for an hour and a half, have dinner, fuck their wife, and go to bed. Some people are very, they're looking for more Zen-like games. Like, so they play Minecraft or any one of these survival crafting games. Or maybe they're playing Destiny or something like that. But they have 2 or 3 comfort games that they just come home to, and they play them a few nights every week for a few hours, and that's it. Do you have any fucking idea how hard it is to break somebody out of that habit? Like, people are... I have my comfort games. One of my comfort games, actually, is Legends of Runeterra, the card game based on the League of Legends game. I've never played a minute of League of Legends, but I've put over almost 2,000 hours into Legends of Runeterra. I love that card game. It is absolutely a game that I can just boot up. I can play a couple Path of Champions. They each take about a half an hour to an hour, depending on the difficulty and the length of the campaign. And I can just play it for 1 or 2 hours. And then I eat dinner and I go to bed. Do you have any idea how hard it's going to be? Like, if somebody introduces, we got Marvel Snap coming out. The new live service Marvel card game. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I'm already set in my ways. I've already got my card game. I'm not going to uproot myself for your fucking Marvel card game. And in relation to that, here comes Concord. It's like it's Overwatch, but it's ugly as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. It's like, I'm sorry, but like the hero shooter, we have fucking what? We have Overwatch, we have Valorant, a handful of others. You don't have any fucking idea how hard it is to get people to break the habit of playing those games, those comfort games that they have. It's just not going to happen. And the only way it is going to happen is with a really nice aesthetic. Something that makes their eyes pop. Go, ooh, that's sexy. Or that's fucking cool. Or this or that. You have to activate somebody on an emotional level. And you do that with the art style. Which is why it doesn't matter how good Concord's gameplay is. The demographic that it's trying to appeal to is already set in its ways. And it doesn't have the aesthetic. It has an anti-aesthetic, in fact. And it's not going to pull anybody away out of their habits. And it's just doomed to fail. It is going to massively fail. Flintlock is the same way. Flintlock is doing the exact same thing. It looks so derivative of all the other Souls-like games that are coming out. But there's this upcoming game that's going to do gangbusters called Black Myth Wukong. That game's going to sell like fucking crazy. People are going to love that game. Why? I mean, yeah, it's a Souls-like, but guess what? It has a really cool, appealing, interesting aesthetic. Right? You're playing as like a monkey man, and the combat has like this wild, fucking super fast-paced swordplay aesthetic to it. It looks freaking incredible. Keyword looks, not plays. People don't know what the gameplay is going to be like yet, but it looks incredible. People are attracted to the theme park by its aesthetic. Okay? Again, it matters. Aesthetic matters. Presentation matters. And if you look, if you make your characters, if you design your characters like a fucking procedurally generated AI that went through a DEI blender, people aren't going to eat that carrot. It's not. It's not going to happen. I was thinking of a name and wanted to see if No was taking. It wasn't, and now it was. Fuck yeah, bro. It's fucking yours. Hell yeah. I have 20-year-old games I can play. Yeah. The only downloads every time I see a word with... What was it called? I have 20. Like, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, how many people out there? Because this is the other thing that the AAA games market is really failing so hard because they're so blinded by spreadsheets and ideology. Basically, they think that they're like the only market that gamers go to play games. It's like, have you seen the ecosystem of Steam? Steam has got these massive, ridiculous sales seemingly every fucking day. My wish list has dozens. It always has dozens of games in it. And I'm always getting every single day. It's literally every day. This game is 40% off on your wish list. This game is 30% off. Sometimes it's 60% off. You know? And so I buy it. But you know what that means? That means I have a thing called a backlog. And I know that I am not alone in this. I bet you the vast majority of people on Steam, which is easily the biggest platform in the world for gaming, has an insanely big backlog of shit that they haven't even installed yet, let alone played. So not only do you have the backlog that they're not recognizing, because it's like, I'm not interested in that. I got 20 games that I haven't even installed yet. I'll play those. I'm going to catch up on my backlog. Maybe I'll get to you in a couple of years, Concord. You know? So there's not only the backlog that they're failing to recognize that they have to compete with, but there's also just the East. There's Japan, and very rapidly, Korea and China with the Hoyoverse, shit like that. You know? And Korea is like a rapidly up-and-coming player in the market as well. Their government is literally investing a massive amount of money into Korean game developers. Like the South Korean government their cultural department is investing a fuck ton of money into AAA game development in Korea because they want to actually corner a significant portion of the global market with their products, with their cultural output. Look at the First Ascendant. That game is nothing but ass and guns. It is ass and guns. That's all it is. It's fucking great. It is, honestly, very mediocre. Maybe a little bit above mediocre. But guess what? People like the aesthetic. Look, I'll look it up right now. Look. First Ascendant. I think I spelled that right. Fuck off. Hang on. I hate when it does this. First Ascendant. That's charts. Look at this. Look at this. This is the First Ascendant as of 9 hours right now. 115,000 active players, and that's just on Steam. This is cross-play with PlayStation, and because it's coming out of Korea, it actually has a pretty significant player base on the PlayStation as well. Why? I mean, the gameplay is fun. It's very average. The gunplay is actually pretty good. I would put it online, honestly. I would put it in the same ballpark as like Call of Duty. Call of Duty is shit, but the gun mechanics are good, right? The First Ascendant is right there with it. Except the First Ascendant has you controlling waifus with their asses hanging out. And hot guys as well. People like the aesthetic of it. It's gameplay plus aesthetic. The aesthetic brings them in. The gameplay keeps you there. It's not complicated. Like, you know, like, it's a tale of two philosophies. Which way, Western man? Like the numbers don't lie. Look, I stopped playing that one because it tries to get you to open your wallet literally every time you do something. But DEI BS. Well, this is true. That's not an issue for me for reasons that I spoke to earlier, honestly. And honestly, even if I wasn't in that situation, I really wouldn't be. Would I be bothered by it? Yes, but I wouldn't really complain about it because it's free to play. If it had a paywall gate, number one, it wouldn't have these numbers. For one, wouldn't have over 100K users right now. If it had a paywall. I swear to God, these dumbass companies that are paywalling live service games, it's so fucking stupid. That's what Flintlock did. Yeah, that's what Flintlock is. I think. Yeah, it's an open world. They're advertising it. It's like a Souls-like MMO. That's how Flintlock is being advertised. But it has a $40 paywall. It's like you're paywalling a fucking live service. Fuck you. Suicide Squad's the same way. Suicide Squad is a paywalled live service. Like, guys, it doesn't work anymore. You can't paywall live service games anymore. It's just not going to work. Like, you're already going to have a hard enough time getting people to pry away from their habits of the games that they're already playing. You need to make these games as visually appealing and as financially accessible as humanly possible. And the worst way to do that is to make them ugly like Concord and stick them behind an initial purchase paywall like Flintlock did. That model just does not work anymore. What got me to stop is when I found you have to pay to unlock more than 10 champions. Yeah, they nickel and dime your inventories and stuff like that. Yeah, because they're like, by the time you get 10 champions, you will if you acquire 10 descendants in that game using only free-to-play mechanics, you have played that game a lot. Okay, you've played that game a lot. At that point, I don't blame the developers and NCSoft. Be like, hey, we spent a lot of time and effort and money making this game, and we let you play it for free, and you're obviously really enjoying it. Maybe give us a little bit of money for it. I think that's fair. And so let's try to, like, what aspect of the game do you want to put your money into? We're giving you as many options as possible, whether it be inventory or this or that or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I get the complaints, but the fact that it's free to play, they fall on mostly deaf ears to me. However, I do sympathize with it. At the same time, I understand the sentiment. And it's like, yeah, if you're free to play and you're strapped for cash, you're not a whale. You can maybe afford to spend like $20 on a game. You know what I mean? You're gonna stop playing it because they're trying to nickel and dime you every way that you go. And so you walk away. It's like, yep, that's 100%. If you don't think it's worth the money, then don't buy it and move on to something else. You know what I mean? That is 100% valid. 100% valid. Totally get it. There's plenty of games that I've played where I can afford to buy this or that, but I don't, and I move on because to me the game isn't worth putting money into. Totally fair, 100%. But obviously, this game is resonating with a good amount of people based on this player count. So, Path of Exiles did it right. This game isn't doing it right. Path of Exile is... Path of Exile could easily get away with monetizing it that itself more. Honestly. It really could. I am amazed at how much Path of Exile gives you without charging. It's kind of insane, actually. Like, I'm almost wondering, like, Jesus, how does this game actually stay afloat? They don't charge for anything, it seems. League of Legends does it right as well. Legends of Runeterra, that's my pleasure. One of my pleasure games, that card game I mentioned earlier. Same thing. That game is criminally under monetized. In fact, the player base for that game has been telling them, bros, monetize this game more. We are totally fine giving you more money for it because we want the project to survive. Because remember, it's like one of the projects that kind of barely made it out alive from the big restructuring that they did recently. And the player base for that card game are like, bros, monetize it more. We'll give you the money. We love this game and we want it to keep going. Like, you're giving away way too much for free. Like, that is absolutely a sentiment that is going for some games. But anyway, that's the thing. Like, people look at monetization schemes through the prism and the lens of their own pocketbooks, of their own wallets. You know what I mean? And so I will never discount anybody's perspective on what they consider to be financial or predatory monetization schemes or practices, because, you know, you're looking at it through your financial situation and going, that's bullshit. I can't afford any of that. Nobody should have to pay that amount. And that's 100% valid. But you have to also understand that the whales, that's not the perspective. They look at it through their wallets and they'd be like, oh yeah, that's like nothing to me. Totally fine. I like this game. I'll pay whatever. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, everybody looks at monetization schemes through the lens of their own wallets. So yeah, that's kind of all I have on that. I just wanted to go over. So this is just really exemplifying. Like, I wanted to contrast the First Ascendant versus Flintlock versus what's Suicide Squad looking like right now. Hang on. What's Suicide Squad looking like? Kill the Justice League. Oh no! Oh my god! 250 people? Oh my god. What a massive failure this game turned out to be. Oh my god. It's funny and sad. It really is. But it's just another data point. It just goes to show you. You know, the main thing that people, it's actually in the low thousands. Yeah, I mean, there's literally 250 people playing it right now across all of Steam. Like, that's not low thousands, that's low hundreds. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this player count is so low that you're gonna have trouble matchmaking at this point. You know, they committed prenatal suicide. Well, that's the thing. What, like, not only it wasn't just the SBI connection, right? What were the criticisms of the Suicide Squad before it came out? Before people had an understanding of gameplay. And, you know, the gameplay was shit too. But what was everybody? Because people hated this game right from the first trailer. Why? Because it was ugly. Harley Quinn was ugly. The color palette was ugly. It was frenetic. It was hard to follow. It hurt people's brains to look at. You know? It was just an ugly looking game. And then you add the SBI on top of it, so you know the story's going to be fucking awful. And then you add the gameplay shit on top of that, and you have just absolute recipe, like the perfect storm of disaster. You know what I mean? But like I said, these companies are failing to give proper acknowledgement of the importance of aesthetic, art direction, style, and beauty. I mean, it seems like AAA Western devs have just flat out rejected beauty wholesale. Everything that comes out of the West is fucking ugly. Just straight up ugly. Hideous. You know? And it's just like, wow, your gameplay better be fucking phenomenal for me to get past that. You know what I mean? But, like, Western devs seem to only be aiming for one thing, which is, like, realism. Like, nothing coming out of the West has any art style. It's all just how real can we make things look. It's like, why don't they look into like actually like stylizing their products anymore? Make it more cartoony, make it more this or that. You know what I mean? Like, there are art styles besides just real. And I think that that's one of the reasons that people are fleeing Western devs and going to the East and going to their backlogs and stuff like that. Because like in the East, they have a good understanding of style. Like, look at the artistic bore fest that was Mortal Kombat 1 versus the amazingly appealing style of Street Fighter 6, the most recent one. Like, look at those two games. Which one of those two is everybody still playing to this day? Street Fighter. The one with the aesthetic appeal, the one that has style. Not just good fighting mechanics. Mortal Kombat 1 doesn't have that great of fighting mechanics. It has decent fighting mechanics, but the aesthetic is absolutely boring and hideous. And it's entirely based around like these boring ass fucking looking regular ass like people and shock gore shit. That's it. It's like, well, the shock and gore that wears off. You know, by the third or fourth time you've seen a fatality, you're just like, okay, I don't need to watch this anymore. I've seen it. You know, so that wears off. So all you're left with is just this bland fucking regular ass aesthetic that doesn't seem to be inspired by anything. Whereas Street Fighter 6, you could tell that there's like a style to it. There's like an actual like artistic endeavor behind that, besides the raw gameplay mechanics. And it shows. It shows. It indicates passion. It indicates authenticity. It indicates a desire to give gamers what they want, what we want. And Mortal Kombat doesn't do that. So. Real and then ran through the feminism, anti-straight male gaze character. Oh, God, don't get me started. You know, I've been ranting a lot tonight, haven't I? Oh man. I think we need to move on. This. All right, what are we gonna do next? Let's talk about cancel culture. We're going to talk about cancel culture, then we're going to get into updates with Yasuke. That's going to be, and then from there, we're going to just hit a few random little haha, whoa kind of articles, and then we'll call it a night after that. But anyway, Libs of TikTok has been outing violent lefties after they celebrated the hit on Trump. Here's a compilation of everyone who has been fired. MK needs to go back to their old design, so every time I see him fire, I think, what do I gotta do to get her to grate my face? Dude, you know what they needed to do? They just need to go back to MK9. MK9. They just need to go back to MK9. MK9 was peak. Oh my god, that game was fucking amazing. And has been just rapidly downhill ever since. Like, MK9 and Injustice 2. Those two games were like peak NetherRealm. Everything since then has been shit. But like MK9, like Melina and Katana, they were like literally like they looked like strippers with big fake like breast implants. And I was just like, toasty. Anyway, let's get into this discussion about cancel culture, because after we read this, go through this list, we're gonna watch. Lauren Chen actually did a really good compilation and a rebuttal against the right wing weaponizing cancel culture and being hypocrites. She did a really good job, and I want to highlight that. So let's read this first. Remember in the past how every time a conservative somewhere said something mildly offensive or rude, the entire internet would demand that he lose his job and have his life ruined. Well, in the wake of the assassination attempt against Donald Trump last week, Our old friend, Chaya Rachik at Libs of TikTok, is happily returning the favor. Except this time, it isn't people getting outed for using the wrong pronouns or supporting the Second Amendment, but for celebrating the attempted assassination of a president. She has the receipts, including of everyone who lost their jobs. So here's the list. We got a Pennsylvania House staffer. By the way, totally, I think that there's absolutely no argument to be had for anybody in public office or that worked for the government. So I see councilwoman, it's automatically fair game. A for effort. Okay. Fired. Update. Heather is saying the matter has been dealt with and refers to Jess as a former staff member. It appears Jess has been fired. Violence has no place in politics. Earlier today, blah, 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 we know this boilerplate shit. Please join me in praying for our former president, the loved ones of Corey Comparatore, for David Dutch and James Copenhaver, and for all those impacted. Okay? A firefighter in Pennsylvania. Also, public service. No argument. Meet Tony Bendel, a firefighter in Somber, Pennsylvania. He's upset that the bullet missed. A bullet did not hit Corey, though, a rally attendee who was also a firefighter. This is especially disgusting coming from a fellow firefighter and someone who's supposed to protect others. And by the way, the firefighter who died literally protecting others, his family, you know. It's like, too bad it didn't hit him square. Wow. Edgy. So cool. So brave. So stunning and brave. Tony has resigned his position as a firefighter. Oh, they convinced him to resign. He got off easy. Please accept that as my resignation. I'm not reading that wall of text. This is so far past anything that should have been condoned. It's one thing to ruin my life. I accept that. But to put everyone else in danger around me, to shut down everyone's daily life, this is not okay. A PA county staffer. Meet Rick Notari, community outreach manager for What the fuck is with these community managers, man? These community managers are out of fucking control. He's very sad that the shooter missed. He's a government employee. Our taxes pay his salary. Thank you to the heroes of the Secret Service who threw themselves into what appeared to be a hail of bullets. Find whoever did this and persecute them to the fullest extent of the law. None of this is okay. Praying for everyone there in Butler. It's a shame the guy missed. Oh, so edgy and cool. The Lackawanna County Commission's indefinitely suspended Community Relations Manager Nick Notari today for an inappropriate comment he made on social media following the blah, 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 blah. A New York hospital worker. Meet Janice Binns, a nurse at New York Hospital. She's mad at the shooter because he missed. Fired. Good morning. Please see below. Thank you. Statement from New York Presbyterian. Oh, it's like a religious church. Or religious church. That's obviously a church's religious hospital. Core values are centered around respect and caring for all of our patients, colleagues, and communities. Words and images or actions that advocate, celebrate, or amplify violence are in violation of our policies and will not be tolerated. This individual has been placed off duty while this matter is investigated. We are aware of the post made this morning by Phil Whipple. Those statements had reflected the view of Phil and not retraction. Our race community sponsors partners. Phil's relationship with RaceCon has been terminated. Oh, this is a different person. RaceCon. Is this a race car driver? Oh, here we go. My Facebook page is subject to hacking, just like yours. I did not write the offensive post. Wasn't even awake at the time. It's always a hack. They always get hacked. Come on, really? Our Discord got hacked a couple of weekends ago. No, last weekend. They didn't write shit like this. Like, come on. I was aware that a group of these people were government employees. Yeah, they don't get First Amendment protections, especially with stuff like this. Yeah, exactly. A worker with auto racing group Race On. Okay, so this is okay. The next shooter isn't gonna miss. This was just getting your attention, and I see it work quite well. By September 1st, the man will be dead. And the half of us in this great nation who understand what a threat he is to democracy will stand and cheer. Ah, yes, it is so very democratic to game end your political rivals. Very democratic of you. God, these fucking people. Phil Whipple, an employee of Rayson, has been terminated following his threats for another assassination attempt. He tried to claim he was hacked. Nobody is buying it. Fuck around, find out. Also, Secret Service, you should investigate. A Sioux Falls school worker. They also shouldn't get don't get First Amendment protections. Meet Cassie Martin, a behavioral specialist at Sioux Falls schools. She's very sad that the shooter missed. Any comment? Shoot, if only he would have had his scope sighted incorrectly. He didn't use the scope. This is somebody who doesn't know anything about guns. Not the Discord. Yeah, you remember? You remember the Discord incident that happened last weekend. That's I don't care if you flip burgers. Fired. Cassie was actually fired this morning. Glad that the school took swift action. A Kentucky University professor. Meet John James, professor at Bellarmine U. He's very sad that the shooter missed. I like how the format for every one of these is exactly the same. It's just meet X of Y. He's very sad that the shooter missed, and then at place of work any comment. Like, it's the same format for every one of these. Professor John James of Bellarmine University has been placed on immediate unpaid leave following our expose. A North Carolina resort worker. Okay, this is private sector. Hey, Pinehurst Resort, this one of your employees? Someone just barely missed. Michael has been fired. This individual no longer works for the company that manages Pinehurst Caddy program and is not employed by Pinehurst Resort. Okay, well that's the list so far. I'm surprised that this list didn't list that Home Depot worker woman, but I guess that's because that wasn't done by Libs of TikTok. So the whole point of me reading this is that I feel like this is the first time that the roles have been like actually reversed. Like since cancel culture became a thing, way back in what, 2014? For the last 10 years, only a very specific political persuasion has wielded the power of cancel culture, like truly wielded the power. You know, that last one I probably wouldn't go after. You're making a distinguishment between the public and the private sectors, right? That's what you're doing. Totally understand that. There's been a lot more than this too. This is just the ones that Libs of TikTok did an expose on and have resulted in a firing. That Phil Whipple needs a visit from the police. Yeah, he like threatened to follow up. Let me close this tab. Now, there's something that one of the most recent things that I showed or I posted. Go down to the bottom right here. Desktop audio off for a sec. Okay. So this is the Home Depot girl that got hounded because she posted shit on about being sad that the shooter missed. So this is a video that Lauren Chen just put out just 12 hours ago called Right-Wing Cancel Culture Outrageous Lefties. I think I need to resize this too. Hang on. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and react to this video because I actually think that this is a fantastic video from her.
Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah?
I was Waldron, yeah.
Okay, from Cayuga? And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
This is wrong what this guy's doing. This is very wrong. You don't... This kind of public confrontation shit ain't right. It is not. You don't take this kind of cancel culture shit offline and go into the real world. It just... it's not good.
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh? Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country?
Let's talk about cancel culture, specifically right-wing cancel culture. Now, I kind of briefly touched on this in my last live stream. If you missed it, then go ahead and check it out. But following the events of July 13th,
This is the case where I had severe issues. Yeah, the public confrontation thing like that, I take serious issue with that.
there were quite a number of leftists out there who took to social media to express how they were actually not only upset that Trump himself didn't die, but also even in some cases how they were at the very least happy that one of his supporters died. Now, in response of this, Libs of TikTok, a huge account on X, has been going on somewhat of a, I guess you could say, crusade to expose as many of these people as possible.
Wait, that one was new. Hang on. These weren't in the list. Geraldine Champion, a councilwoman for the city of Henderson. Okay, councilwoman, completely fair game. She claimed that the assassination attempt that killed a loving father and almost killed the president was fake. There was a lot of people saying this. This is one of the first things I talked about at the beginning of the stream. And so there was a lot of people that think the whole thing was staged and it was fake. The ketchup packet conspiracy.
As many of these people as possible.
Also, what the fuck is she wearing? She thinks she's like... Did she think it's like 1912? Like, what the fuck is this? What is she wearing? Anyway.
These people as possible. And
meet Mary Walsh, an assistant professor at Berkeley College, completely fair game. Public colleges, state colleges, completely fair.
as a result of that, some of the people who've been featured on her page have, yes,
Jen Manis. Manis is a middle school teacher, completely fair.
Actually been fired from their jobs. And so we now have this debate with
a mayor of a Pennsylvania township. Yep, I think that's fair game.
within the right, and also, you know, centrists and
So was South Carolina NDA.
leftists themselves weighing in. Are we comfortable with this? Should people who publicly wish for the death of Donald Trump and his supporters be fired from their jobs? Or is that cancel culture, and does that just make us no better than the left? Now,
The thing is that I think that she's going to get into this, but I think it's apples to oranges. The thing is that when you celebrate, wish, and advocate for violence, specifically for political reasons, that is the literal definition of being a terrorist. That is literal terrorism. Like, terrorism is defined by engaging in violent acts for the sake of political gain or manipulation. Like, that is like the textbook definition of terrorism. And if you decide to engage in, even, I don't care how light it is, but if it's like, you know, if you're basically saying like, oh yeah, let's do terrorism online, yeah, you should be fired. Especially if you hold public office or any kind of public, you know, government job, whether that be a teacher, or working at, you know, a city councilman's office, or in some of these cases, being like a mayor or whatever. Like, but she does a good job here, because I don't consider this cancel culture, considering what people are being fired for now versus the absolutely ridiculously mundane shit that people were getting fired for up until this point.
now, like I said, I kind of covered this in the live stream I did on Wednesday, also going over some of the recent events at the RNC. So again, if you missed that live stream, go ahead and check it out. But basically, my take on what's happening is this. When it comes to what politicians or teachers or really anyone that works with children, when it comes to what those people are posting and saying on social media, yes, I think it matters. And yes, I am fully on board with, you know, a mayor or a city councilor losing their job for supporting an assassination attempt, or definitely, you know, a teacher. And I would never in a million years send my kid to a public school, but I could imagine if I were a parent that I certainly wouldn't want my son's teacher basically being okay and publicly cheering on the death of maybe be me because I support Trump. But when it comes to everyday...
Exactly. She's 100% right on that. Public office, teachers, all that kind of stuff, 100% fair game. Like, no argument to be had. Now, you could make the argument. You could start making arguments when you get into the private sector. That's fair to have that argument.
People who arguably do not operate in the public sphere when it comes to them losing their jobs for, publicly calling for the death of Donald Trump and Trump supporters. Here is a post by someone named Linda Peterson. In it, she wrote, "Damn it, he didn't die. Well, at least one supporter did. I'll take what I can get. My heart goes out to the family of the shooter. Know that he died doing what needed to be done. Hopefully someone will accomplish the task before we vote." I'm not the type of person who would bother to track down this woman's employer, contact her, and try to get her fired. That's just not me. However, I am also...
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, the moment you start engaging, like, taking this shit offline and out into the real world, that's where I draw my line too. Like, that guy confronting this woman while she was at work at Home Depot, way over the line. Way over the line. Do not do that shit.
So I'll just say it, not the type of person who has a problem with someone like this being fired. And frankly, in my opinion, calling someone getting fired for a post like this cancel culture, I think is just a gross misuse of the term. Like, it's always been not kosher, not okay to publicly encourage violence. Totally normal, in my opinion, to get sacked for doing something like that. Cancel culture is something completely different. And no, I'll just say it, I don't think we have reached a point yet where the right is actually engaging in cancel culture, at least not in the same way that the left does, and at least not on this issue. And
yeah, this is why I actually watched the video. Hi, Parker. This is why I wanted to react to this video, because this was my very first thought as well when this argument was brought up to me. I'm like, wait a minute. You're saying that public figures and even some private non-public figures who are like basically advocating for political violence, which is like literally advocating for terrorism, should probably have their employment checked out. I think that's completely fair, and I do not consider that cancel culture at all. Cancel culture is getting somebody harassed off of social media and fired from their jobs for saying men aren't women, for saying learn to code, for having milquetoast opinions that 45+% of the country agrees with, for saying, like, the shit that non-leftists have been getting canceled for, whether that be getting banished from social media and or losing their jobs over the last 10 years, is so fucking mundane in comparison to what leftists are getting canceled for, quote unquote canceled for right now. You guys remember Nicholas Sandman? That kid, the Covington kid? There were celebrities calling for him to be thrown headfirst into a fucking wood chipper because he smiled at an Indian. Was there ever any repercussions for that? No. Turns out the Indian is an activist and a liar, but that doesn't matter. No repercussions. No. That kid wore a MAGA hat and smiled at an Indian. Therefore, wood chipper. That's what cancel culture is. That is, destroy that, get that school defunded. If that kid had a job and fire that kid. Like, that's cancel culture. Cancel culture is people getting banned off of Twitter for saying learn to code. For saying men aren't women. It's like it's apples to oranges. I'm sorry, but there is a difference between what was going on up until this point and what is going on right now. They are not the same.
And so to remind you all of what cancel culture actually is, and to give you examples of the type of cancel culture that, yes, conservatives have been dealing with for the past several years, I thought we would go over some of the most heinous examples of it. Lest anyone out there maybe start to believe that, oh, the right is just as bad as the left now. No, we're not. Okay, we're not. We're not even close to that, so just quiet. Before we get to that, though, I do want to say a big thank you to today's sponsor, Patriot Gold. Look, guys, there is a reason why historically gold and silver precious metals have been seen as hedges against uncertainty and volatility in the market, including inflation. And I know maybe a lot of you are interested or curious about investing in precious metals, but you're not really sure where to start or even how to go about that. But that is exactly why I love the people over at Patriot Gold. You see, you can protect your retirement with gold or place a bullish bet on silver. Call the proud Americans of the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late and mention this channel's name, Lauren Chen, and you are always going to get best-in-class service from Patriots protecting Patriots. It doesn't matter how little or how much experience you have investing with precious metals, Patriot Gold Group is going to hold your hand through the entire process, answer any questions you may have every step of the way. And Patriot Gold Group does have the no fee for life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver. So you may be eligible for the no fee for life IRA on qualifying rollovers. Give them a call today. Don't wait at 888-270-9223, and you'll also get a free investor guide. Don't forget, Patriot Gold Group is Consumer Affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 7 years in a row, which is impressive, and I love how committed to customer service they are. So again, give them a call at 888-270-9223, guys, if you are looking to get into some investments, maybe plan for your retirement a little bit, plus you would like to support these videos at the same time, then giving Patriot Gold Group a call is a great way to do both of those things at the same time. As I was saying, I don't think losing your job because you are publicly calling for violence on social media is cancel culture. What I do think is cancel culture, though, is when this officer who gave $25 to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense was fired. And reminder, Kyle Rittenhouse was eventually exonerated. He was found innocent of the charges against him, but still, this police officer was fired for donating to a legal defense fund. $25? Well, that's gonna cost you your job. We also have this example from merely 4 years ago of a California man who was fired over allegedly making the white power sign, though he says he was actually just cracking his knuckles. Guys, even if he wasn't cracking his knuckles, best case scenario, you fired someone for doing this. Again, so if we want to talk about what cancel culture is and is not, getting fired for a $25 donation for making the OK hand sign, just not at all the same on any level as getting fired for publicly supporting violence and someone's death and an attempted assassination. And to anyone who might say, yeah, that particular
100%. This is I love this. Buying gold and metal is actually a really good idea. Just make sure it's stored somewhere it can't easily get stolen. Yes, literally bury it. Literally bury it. It is true. I actually do own a little bit of gold. Because it's a good trump card in case the shit really hits the fan, because gold will always have value. And the trick is buy commemorative coins and shit like that, because commemorative coins and stuff like that isn't considered currency, therefore it can't be confiscated. That's the trick. So you always buy like the nice solid gold commemorative coins and stuff like that, because they're not currency, they're collector's items. So anyway, I'll get into it. And she's 100% right here. People getting fired for, and I remember that truck driver, because that was like a couple weeks after the 4chan shit tried to make the OK hand symbol like a white supremacist like dog whistle, and 2 weeks later, a guy gets Karen'd on because he's cracking his knuckles. Like literally, I do that when I crack my knuckles. I do the same thing, and he got fired for it. Like, fucking absurd. You got censored again? Uh-oh, let me bring out the string on my phone. Oh, never mind, my phone's dead.
Particular Linda person who was actually cheering on the death of the Trump supporter. That's not okay, but you know, broadly, maybe it shouldn't be such a big deal if people were joking about Trump not getting shot. I mean, he's a politician, a public figure after all. Should he really have the same standard of treatment as just your everyday average person? Well, I don't know. How about we ask the individual who was actually fired from her job after she posted on Facebook that Obama was a thug. And I know you might be looking at this headline saying, hang on a second, a jury gave
fucking Trump is way more of a thug than Obama ever was. Motherfucker got fucking bullet wounds to prove it.
For $1.5 million. That doesn't sound like the left canceled her, but actually get this. It turns out that the official reason her employer gave her for her termination was the Facebook post, but the employee in question actually sued for wrongful termination, saying that no, she was fired because she brought up a safety concern that the employer didn't want to address, and the jury sided with her on that, i.e. the fact that she was fired was really because she basically complained about unsafe working conditions, which means in theory, if she actually had been fired for just saying Obama was a thug, that would have been okay. Oh, here's an even more recent example. You guys might remember,
yep, I remember
this little boy's life was almost ruined after it was claimed that he was wearing blackface to a football game. Yeah, clearly photos from...
It wasn't just blackface, it was blackface and redface. They claimed that he was culturally appropriating and wearing blackface and the Indian shit, because like the headdress plus the red paint, like they tried to claim both. Now it was some fuckwit from ESPN that did that. I think he eventually actually ended up getting fired or losing his job in some way. And this kid got hella support from everybody. This was one of the cases, a recent case of like cancel culture, like turning the tide, if that makes sense. Was this kid?
Different angles show that that was not the case. And again, just please remember, the media almost crucified this small child because he was wearing face paint. That actually brings us to one of the best examples of left-wing cancel culture. Remember the Covington Catholic guy?
Yeah, this is the one. To me, this is the most egregiously disgusting one. Is Nick Sandmann and the Covington kids. This, every time I think about this, it gets me fuming. Every time. Pretty sure he got fired too, but it was a smaller sports/tabloid magazine. Yeah, it was some little hodunk, like, offshoot of ESPN, and I think they just basically folded it in because they were downsizing, like all the other online media companies and shit like that. So he was just, like, a victim of that. I don't think it was directly because of the Kansas City shit. So, like, yeah, he didn't get consequences for that. Mag being bought... I think it was because it was failing.
Guy, again, his life was almost ruined because of a video showing him smiling, smirking at a Native American man. For that, he received death threats. For that, he was labeled a racist and all of these terrible things. Look, I'm just gonna say it. When the right starts doing stuff like this,
he got... We don't know what the payout was, but we do know that it was sizable. Nick Sandmann got a fuck ton of settlement money from CNN and a bunch of other, like, mainstream news outlets. They all settled with him, and he's got some bank. Which, good. I'm glad. I want him to have fucking bank. I think Alien hasn't apologized for the guy just because he was a Navajo. Oh, yeah. Fucking identitarians, man.
Then you can
The fucking Nava bitch.
talk to me about right-wing cancel culture. If we are actually just saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't be a teacher if you're posting that you're disappointed that the shooter missed. I'm sorry, but no, that is not the same. But wait, there's more. We are not nearly done going over the list of people's lives who have been ruined for opposing the left in the most trivial ways. As this post by Joey Manarino says, the left has destroyed a Colorado baker's entire existence for refusing to bake a cake for a gay wedding. They gloated as a 75-year-old man was blown to pieces by the FBI for making some off-color jokes about Biden online. They banned endless amounts of us from social media and lost us sums of money that cannot even be fathomed by doing so, and I'm supposed to feel bad for some of them being fired for wishing death upon my president and fellow Americans? Not at all. They created this environment. This is the world they wanted to live in. And actually, another...
I love it. I fucking love that. That's such a good, succinct way of, like, saying, like, hey, I just wanted to play checkers. You insisted that we play chess. Don't get mad when I start winning at the chess game. Now, Baker has to be the oldest case here. Oh my god, dude! I've lived in Colorado for like the last 10 years, and so like that shit was like making local news all the time, and it was just constant to the point where like the judge actually had to like dismiss a case like with malicious or like with malice or something. I can't remember the term, but it's like it basically dismissing it and not allowing it to be brought up ever again, essentially. But they found a way. I can't remember exactly how it happened, but they found a way that like they accused him of something else or some other bullshit. They just kept going after him, you know, with prejudice. Yes, that's it. With prejudice. Thank you. When people stop getting arrested for driving over rainbow crosswalks, I'll start caring about leftists getting fired. Yes, thank you. People literally getting their lives ruined because they burned out their tires on a gay painting on the street. You know, like that's meant to be driven over.
Example here, pointing out current injustices that the left is committing on behalf of cancel culture. When people stop getting arrested for driving over rainbow crosswalks, I'll start caring about leftists getting fired. Very well said. You actually have people charged with felonies nowadays for driving over rainbow crosswalks. That, okay, is a mis-
Yeah, it's true. It's 100% true. 100% in agreement with this. College campus, nearby family-owned bakery, I think it was called, a racist for charging a black shoplifter. Well, there was a it was a pastry shop or something like that that was on like the UC Boulder campus for like forever, and they accused them of like similar kind of shit, and so they just said, "Fuck it, we're leaving," and they just lost this like this beloved bakery or something like that because a couple of woke cunts, you know, decided to call them racist on campus. Yeah, it's fucking good. It's disgusting.
Misuse of justice and force. This person getting fired from her teacher job after wishing that the shooter had a better scope. I'm sorry, but that's just not something that I'm that upset about. Oh, and by the way, speaking of unjust firings and cancel culture, I'd of course be remiss if I didn't mention Gina Carano. As this meme says, Gina Carano fired by Disney for pointing out government-created divisiveness. She made her own bed. There's consequences for what you say. Meanwhile, Kyle Gass dropped for talent agency for rooting for a successful assassination. No, Kyle did nothing wrong. No, Jack Black, why didn't you defend him? Absolutely 100%. Oh yeah, and speaking of cancel culture, remember like when this guy, this scientist, basically got canceled for wearing what people perceived to be a sexist shirt?
This dude landed a fucking satellite or like a probe or something like that on a fucking comet or like a meteor or some shit like that. Like the first time it was ever done. Like I can't remember exactly what it was, but he landed something on like a meteor or a comet or some shit like that. It was just like, you have any idea how fucking hard it is to figure out the physics of how to do that? Like that's a serious accomplishment. COVID tickets were counter-protesting black Israelites who were saying a bunch of racist stuff towards the Navajos, calling them hatchets. Yeah, exactly. That the black Israelites were spewing all kinds of racist shit at the Navajos and the Catholic kids. And the Navajos, actually, what they did was they I think it was the Navajo guy. He confronted the Israelites first, but he realized like really quick, like, oh, these guys are kind of scary. And so he backed off and went towards the Covington kids. And Nick Salmon was just there. And he's like, you could tell that he's confused because he's just kind of frozen. Like, there's a situation happening and I don't know what the situation is. And I don't know how to react to it. And so he just stood there frozen. And they said that he was smirking, but it was more just like a neutral, like a lot of people have like a slight smile just like naturally when they relax their mouths. You know what I mean? So you could tell that Nick Salmon was just like standing there frozen, like not knowing what to do. You know? And because of that, there were people calling for him to get thrown into a wood chipper. Like, oh my god. Just disgusting. Disgusting. That awkward smile was because he had no clue what to do or how to react. Yeah, in your opinion, yes, I would call it a fact if you know anything about just people's faces. He got scared of the Israelites, though, and he claimed to be a a non-vet. Yeah, that was a lot too. That's right. Dude, them Black Israelite people, they can't be scary. Like, because they are militant, and they will pack heat. You kind of do actually have to be careful around them. So, but yeah, this dude, he lands like a satellite probe on a meteor or a comet or whatever, and at like the celebration, he wears this shirt that has like sexy girls on it in a collage kind of form. A shirt made for him by a friend of his who is female. A woman friend of his made the shirt for him. And he got basically driven to tears because of the shit that he was getting online for this.
And he was actually crying over all the attacks he was getting, and this was just a shirt that actually a female friend, I believe, had given him. Insane stuff. And actually Mark Kern, Grums on X, he did a great thread just talking about all of the times that people have been canceled in the gaming industry by crazy leftists. Someone else named Notch was canceled and removed from Minecraft credits because he...
Never forget that Notch made Minecraft. Never forget, chat. Remember his interview? He said he saw the two groups fighting, and he instinctually knew the white kid was at fault, even though he couldn't hear what they were yelling at each other. He admitted to being racist on live morning television. Yeah, I know. He was exposed as just another racist activist who projects their racism onto other people. So.
He tweeted, "It's okay to be white." So I guess, yeah, tweeting for literal violence, A-okay. Tweeting, "It's okay to be white," totally unacceptable. Then the firing is justified. And here we have a story.
Notch. Wait, was Notch fired? I thought that he just sold Minecraft to Microsoft. Didn't he sell Minecraft for like $1 billion to Microsoft? And then they basically, once they got it, they erased his existence from the credits or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it went down. But Notch is, I actually think that one of his most famous things is when he was one of the first people who tweeted, "The left has become evil." That was his tweet. That was from, 2013, 2014 when he tweeted that. One of the very first instances of pushback against leftism in the gaming space was Notch's tweet. The left has become evil.
Story of a Hogwarts Legacy developer quitting or being forced to quit after backlash over the fact that he made YouTube videos where he expressed anti-SJW, anti-feminist views. Another story, Palmer Luckey, co-creator of Oculus, was canceled and fired from Facebook for donating to a billboard that supported Trump. Here we have several different hit pieces on him. And here, I didn't know this, apparently the Five Nights at Freddy's creator was canceled over his political donations to Trump.
Yeah, and he got canceled because he was a Christian. The FNF guy is a Christian. That's what put a target on his back.
Hit piece from the Mary Sue. The creator of Five Nights at Freddy's has some scary politics. Yeah, won't apologize for supporting Trump. So scary. Here we have one game developer who was fired for tweeting that he identifies as an attack helicopter. And guys, the reason why...
There's also the woman who worked for that game restoration company, or that it's a company that all they did is release old games. I can't remember the name of it, but she basically said that she wanted to play and was going to play Hogwarts Legacy, and she was fired for it. So, yeah. And not to mention all the VTubers who were relentlessly hounded, like Silvervale, Pikami, for wanting to play Hogwarts Legacy. Don't even get me fucking started with these people.
Why I bring up those examples of actual cancel culture is to remind you all that the previous status quo, where left-wingers could say anything that they wanted with impunity, but right-wingers couldn't even remotely express that they disagreed with progressivism without being fired, that status quo was unsustainable, okay? Something frankly just needed to change, and that's not even going into the fact that brands themselves, companies, would also be free to embrace left-wing causes, but they couldn't even hint that they were maybe okay with right-wingers, lest they, again, be canceled by the left-wing mob. Look, we are finally starting to get some semblance of social and political power back as conservatives, as right-wingers. Whether that's the successful boycotting of Bud Light, or yes, now the idea that leftists know that, hey, you can't actually just say that you support killing conservatives online and people will be okay with it. I know it's uncomfortable right now and no one wants to see anyone fired, but look, guys, this is...
I do. I'm totally fine with it. Dude, I just... I want them to have just a fucking taste. Just a little... It's a tip of the tongue. Just a little fucking taste of the fucking hell. The absolute hell that they have been putting people who disagree with them through for the last decade. Just a little fucking bit. And it's like, I know that, like, we're kind of in this Boromir-like position with the One Ring. Like, if the One Ring is cancel culture, you know, Boromir is like, let me wield it against this evil. You know, we finally have a tool that can defeat our enemies. You know what I mean? And then the Aragorn is, you know, the Killjoy Aragorn. It's like, no one can wield it, you know? And it's like, that motherfucker was wielding it against us this whole time. You know, it's very much a Boromir-like situation. But, like, again, that falls into the trap of it, like, what's happening now being in comparison to what's happened over the last decade. They are not the same. They're just not the same. What people are getting fired for now are not the same things that people were getting fired for before. And to make that comparison as like a one-to-one is disingenuous.
Is mutually assured destruction, if nothing else. And also, I would remind you all that if you're a conservative who is going to be standing up for anybody, it should be for the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of conservatives out there who still feel like they can't freely express their political or social opinions lest they face consequences like getting fired, getting canceled, or losing all their friends, or whatever it may be. The person you're sticking your neck out for should not be the leftist who is online literally rooting for your death and demise. And that's the thing, it's not even just random leftists who are being canceled here following the Trump assassination. It's actually the most radicalized of them, the ones who would absolutely cheer if you were to lose your job for your political opinions, because really, who else would be crazy enough to publicly post that they're sad Donald Trump didn't die, or that more of his supporters didn't die? And to anyone who might say that these opinions make me hypocritical, look, I don't think it's hypocritical to hold people to their own standards. Okay, leftists have shown time and time again that they think it's perfectly acceptable for people to be fired for their political views. And if they don't like that, well, that makes them the hypocrite, not me. And also, again, that's even accepting that what we're seeing is cancel culture, which I don't think it is. I don't think it is cancel culture for your job to say, hey, you're fired because you called for someone's death online and encouraged violence. That is very different.
Which is literally against the law.
Than losing your job because you made a political donation to the wrong candidate. That is very different than your life being ruined because you smiled at a Native American man. That is very different than being taken to court because you don't want to bake a gay wedding cake. And honestly, to any right-wing person who disagrees with me here, who says, no, Lauren, we're going too far, I don't want it to be this way, please just keep in mind that these people absolutely would have been happy to have you fired, to have you potentially put in a camp, and to potentially have your children taken away from you for something like not getting the jab. No, we are not as bad as the left now because we don't want people to advocate violence against us online, and it's so not even close. That's basically all I have to say for now, and as always, if you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time.
No, it was great. I am 100% in Lauren's camp here. That they are not the same comparison. The people getting canceled are the absolute most extremists on the other side. And she kind of mentioned, you didn't call it out by name, but like the whole Batman dilemma, which is like, you let your enemy go enough times, they're just going to turn around and kill you. You know what I mean? At some point, you have to put your foot down. And you have to fight on the same terms that they're willing to fight on. And I think this is a good moment. So think the website get what? I don't think you're talking about what I'm talking about. But yeah, that, I completely agree. Because that's the other thing. It's that like the things that the right was getting canceled for before was nowhere even close to being anything that could be considered illegal. Whereas the things that the left is being quote unquote canceled for now is literally illegal. Like, or at least I think it'd be argued to be illegal. You know, like some of these people probably actually will get a knock on the door. You know what I mean? Because some of them are like literally saying like, yeah, let's do it again. Like they're engaging in advocacy for literal terrorism. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's against the law. You're not, the First Amendment doesn't protect you for that kind of speech. It just doesn't. So kind of stop being Batman and be Punisher until the crazies actualize a kid. Yeah, well, this was the brilliance of the talk between Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, and the Punisher on the rooftop. That's one of they have that whole discussion about like why one kills and the other doesn't. You know what I mean? And the whole point of that is that, you know, there are certain scenarios that call for one and there are other scenarios that call for the other. Like they're both in the right. It just depends on what scenario calls for which one. And NDA is absolutely correct. In this scenario, the Punisher is the proper way to go. It just is. Because that's again, what's like one of the greatest, what's that quote, like the one of the greatest ways for to make the left to stop doing what they're doing is to subject them to their own rules, to their own standards. And it's like, okay, well, turnabout's fair game. You know what I mean? Like it's really not that much more complicated than that. It's like there's no way that this is gonna stop, that this cancel culture shit is gonna stop, unless the left truly feels the effects of it, until they truly suffer from it for just a little bit, just a little fucking bit. And they're like, oh, this thing that we've been doing for a decade to right wingers is really fucking awful. You know, maybe we should back off of that and actually talk to them. You know, you know what I mean? Because we have now experienced it, and it's like, oh my god, it's like that. What was that Family Guy joke? That there's that dude that was in prison, and he gets bored, and so he just takes like a shiv and he stabs himself with it, and it goes, ow! Oh my god, that really fucking hurt. Man, is that what I've been doing to people this whole time? Oh, I belong in here. You remember that? That's like what needs to happen to the left right now. Like, they need to feel what it's actually like to suffer under this shit. Only then, maybe, will they be just a little bit introspective. Also pretty cool that we can keep getting stories about the Joker, so perhaps they shouldn't. Both the Joker and the Batman should just murk most of their villains. Oh yeah, I mean, if superheroes were real, that's exactly what would happen. Like, that's one of the things that I kind of like about shows like Invincible or The Boys, is they show a more what would more realistically happen if superpowers existed. Because to me, like the season 4 of The Boys aside, what both of those shows, my main takeaway from those two shows is nothing political or anything like that. My main takeaway from the two shows is, thank God that superpowers aren't a real thing. That's my takeaway. Because if superpowers were real, those shows exemplify more closely what would actually happen. And it is horrific and terrifying if we had to live in a world with those kinds of people in it, with people capable of doing those kinds of things. thank God we don't live in a world where superpowers are real. Because that's probably what you would end up with, and it's horrifying. So, yeah, but I guess that's kind of the point of superhero comics, or at least what they were before they got corrupted. Was like, well, give people these powers, but we can also imbue their characters with almost like supernatural principles, like principles that you and I would probably never be able to enact or keep to the way that the heroes in the comic books do. That's why they're an ideal, you know. That's why they're like figures of inspiration, is because they can do the right thing when practically nobody else, including myself, would probably do. You know what I mean? And that's a source of inspiration. It's a source of introspection. You know what I mean? Which is exemplified perfectly by that Punisher Daredevil communication. Anyway, what is next on the docket? I gotta talk about Yasuke still. Okay. There have been quite a few developments with this thing. This thing is it is a pot of boiling water, and the fire is getting hotter and hotter every week, it seems. Don't want a Batman with a secret sex dungeon? No, I don't. Oh, man. Where does this start? God, there's so much to this. Okay. Mental effort gaming. Yeah.
All right, guys.
How long is this? Okay, it's only 8 minutes. 8.5 minutes. Okay. Got another weird sizing issue here. Fix that. Wait, is it? Oh, no, it's not. That's his video. Okay. I was like, what? Okay. He's like, picture in picture in picture here. Okay, so this is from Minimal Effort Gaming. And he's going over Thomas Lockley getting revealed as an absolute fraud. That's been the big development this last week. And shit's really starting to hit the fan with this thing. So let's watch this.
All right, guys. I feel like we have talked Assassin's Creed to death, and yet more crap keeps coming up. It is absolutely insane.
It won't stop.
Before we get started, huge shout out to Asmongold for covering my last video I did on this topic. I couldn't believe it. I saw in my YouTube notifications I was mentioned in the video, and I look and I'm like, holy crap, that's my video there. What's going on? I guess somebody had actually tagged him in it on Reddit or something, but either way, massive kudos to Asmongold. I really appreciate the coverage. That's fantastic. I still don't really know what to say. I'm pretty speechless over the entire thing. That being said, I do have a lot of this information, a lot of the videos related to this topic on my website, minimaleffort.shop.
We didn't even cover this one. How they did an expo display that nobody went to, by the way. And they basically just bought like a one-piece sword off of Amazon and claimed that to be Yasuke's sword. It's like, man, like Ubisoft really doesn't give a shit anymore.
I've got all the news, the merch, the videos, all the links to my other video upload sites, as well as live streaming sites that I'm on. Make sure you check it out. It's in the description of the video down below.
Okay.
So this Assassin's Creed Shadows thing has been a massive controversy, and every day I'm hearing from Japanese people on Twitter, in the comments on these videos, saying how angry they are with Ubisoft, how angry they are with Thomas Lockley, the author of the book that a lot of this has been more or less inspired by. And it's unfortunate because they feel like their culture and their history is not being respected by the West, down to the point where Assassin's Creed, where Ubisoft will actually take a weapon that they found from I guess they bought it on Amazon. It's the katana from one of the characters from One Piece, and then they put it in part of their display for their Assassin's Creed Shadows display at a fan expo in Paris. They even cheaped out and bought like a cheapy little stand to put it on for like $20 from Amazon. A little, porcelain geisha next to it. It's embarrassingly cheap and very disrespectful, in my opinion, the way that Ubisoft is going about portraying these characters that are supposed to be based in history. And the funny thing is, it's not just Japanese people, it's not just the Westerners like, us in the US who are like, wait a second, we wanted an Assassin's Creed Shadows game set in Japan with a Japanese samurai, what the hell's going on? No, it's apparently in France, nobody wants this either. So this Japan Expo in Paris, apparently...
I didn't know that the expo was in France. I thought it was like in America or something like that. That's fucking funny.
They couldn't even get people to pay attention to their demo, to their, exhibit that they had. So if you look at these pictures right here, this is pretty crazy. Let me see if I can actually open up this tweet. I guess this isn't embedded. It's fine. So
yeah, so what they're showing here is that people were so not interested in the little booth that they had for the game that they instead used the seating in the booth just like to rest at. So they were just like sitting down to like rest their legs for a few minutes, and that's what they were using it for, and not to actually like observe like the game and stuff like that. It was really bad.
So you can see right here, you've got the Assassin's Creed Shadows exhibit, and people not even facing the screen that they have here. They're facing the other way, sitting on the benches. In fact, you can see, oh, here we go, bigger picture. Yeah, you can see right here that they are just sitting facing the opposite way, not even paying attention to the exhibit. It's absolutely embarrassing. They were even at one point asking people not to sit there unless they're going to actually be facing the screen, due to the fact that they were sitting there and turning around looking at like the Nintendo exhibit, because right behind them was Nintendo featuring, I think, the Paper Mario game, a much bigger deal than Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's be honest. Nobody is excited for this game. So,
well, the funny thing is that one of the things that I keep hearing from like DJ Keith or whatever his fucking name is, that racist shill, is that the game has like the highest pre-orders in Japan, which is a really fucking weak argument, because guess what? So did Suicide Squad, and we know how that game turned out. Like, I'm sorry, but pre-order numbers don't mean shit in regards to final sales.
That being said, it's been one, bit of negative press after, the other for Ubisoft for this game. On top of the fact, you got to remember, they do have their Star Wars Outlaws game coming out in, I think it's just a few weeks or a couple months here, and nobody's excited for that one either. So this is just like two games back to back that they have invested all this time and money in that are just going to flop like a dead fish when they release.
So I've spoken to insiders about Ubisoft, and if Star Wars and AC Shadows both underperform, it's pretty much guaranteed that there's going to be downsizing and consolidation that's going to happen. I mean, honestly, I don't need insider sources to tell me that. That's kind of like, yeah, no shit. Like, if the massive Star Wars IP game doesn't do well, and that's followed up immediately by a poor performance from their flagship series, of course that's going to lead to downsizing. Now, Ubisoft has like 40 plus offices around the world, and they get massive government subsidies from various places like Canada and the Philippines and shit like that. And that protects them quite a bit from, losses and having to downsize. But a back-to-back like that, in like literally like 2 or 3 months apart, because one's coming out next month in August and the other one's coming out in November, so that they're like 3 months apart. That two massive failures like that back to back, it's absolutely going to have to force some kind of downsizing. There's no way they can just completely absorb that.
So,
and by the way, I also saw a report of people that have played the current version of Star Wars, and they're all like disappointed in it and how it looks like it's really rough and it's very lacking in polish. And they're like, it should be a lot nicer than this close to release. So, not looking good there.
So now what you have is apparently the author of the African Samurai book, Thomas Lockley, who's been massively discussed here, a very controversial figure given the fact that he himself tried to edit the Wikipedia entries to support the claims that he made in his book covering this character. Now it's been shown that apparently he himself is the author of the Britannica, the Encyclopedia Britannica article about Yasuke. Not even kidding. This guy has gotten so heavily invested in this character that he is basically the authority that has edited, tried to edit Wikipedia. He's edited the Encyclopedia Britannica now. Apparently the previous editor was this guy, Everett Munoz, but now he's been replaced by Thomas Lockley on there. So very, very strange stuff. And if you actually go to the Encyclopedia Britannica and you look up Yasuke, it has all the basic historical evidence, although there are pieces where it says, oh, well, we had to rely on rumors and, unpublished writings from certain people, and basically, had to fill in what we could from this to what we know about this character.
Yeah, they had to stretch they had to stretch string, basically. Downside. Let the downsizing begin. Let the downsizing begin. Let the burn. Let it burn. Well, Ubisoft isn't going to burn. But they are going to suffer. They are going to suffer. And like I said, Ubisoft is probably one of the most protected companies in the AAA gaming space, like in terms of being able to absorb failure. But even they won't be able to not face consequences for back-to-back failures like that. And I remember when I first covered the Yasuke, I did a bunch of precursor... I basically did a bunch of layman's research. I researched Yasuke for about 2 hours. Turns out you can learn practically everything about the guy in about 2 hours, because there's not a lot about him. And it's clear to me we made a lot of assumptions in this report. We didn't point them out or explain why we made them either. Oh, yeah, well, you know why. It's because they want there to be a black samurai. I mean, it's that simple. You're gonna drop out. See ya, Marku. Thanks for hanging around. Always appreciate it. But yeah, when I was doing my precursor studies, I didn't just thinking about it for like 30 seconds. I'm just like, I don't think he was a samurai. It sounds like Nobunaga treated him like a circus animal or like a pet. I don't think he was a slave per se. I think he was a servant. He wasn't a slave, I don't think, because he was like given stipends and housing. You don't give slaves property like that. But at the same time, like just thinking about the context of it, like, wait a minute. So it seems like Nobunaga, really liked the guy, but I don't think anybody else did, because like when Nobunaga dies, and they capture Yasuke, they basically say like, don't kill him, don't make him seppuku himself, for he is like a dog, and dogs should not be held responsible for the actions of their masters, and basically just handed him back to the Jesuits and said, take this black man and fuck off, basically. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if they recognized him as a samurai, they would have made him seppuku himself. Hell, if he saw himself as a samurai, he would have seppuku'd himself. He would have done it. He would have volunteered himself to do it, just like Nobunaga did. So he doesn't seem to have seen himself as a samurai. Everybody else except Nobunaga didn't treat him like a samurai, and Nobunaga himself didn't really have a motivation to make him a samurai. There's really no good evidence that he was a samurai. Again, he was basically like a lion in a zoo. It's like, yeah, he's like a main attraction, but in the end, he's just a pet. And it's like, yes, he's allowed to roam. He is given housing. He is given transportation. He is given food. But in the end, he's a prisoner. Just like a lion in a zoo. You know, and that's what Yasuke was. It also still pisses me off that they have Yasuke fighting in the game like a bona fide samurai. It's like, motherfucker, he learned how to fight in Africa and India. He was in Japan for like 15 months. You can't learn how to fight like a bona fide samurai in that amount of time. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, do these people think for more than like 30 seconds about this shit? I don't think they do. I think they're just a bunch of retarded fucking middle-aged wine ant feminists who like to, you know, pat each other on the back for finding a way to force a black man into the narrative of a Assassin's Creed game set in Japan. And that's as far as it goes.
And of course, it has inspired all these different anime and writings, one of which being Assassin's Creed Shadows, which has caused significant controversy due to debate about historical accuracy. And then you see Thomas Lockley signs it down here. And now we see, apparently, that Thomas Lockley, the historian who promoted Yasuke as a samurai, did a podcast with Ubisoft about it. So, to all the people claiming, what do you care? Why the big deal? What's the controversy? What does it matter? You know, he didn't try to make his book about, you know, a historical side of it. It was all fiction.
But that's the problem, though, is that Ubisoft doesn't claim this shit to be fiction. They claim it to be based on real shit. It's like, yeah, they take real shit and then they build a fiction around it. But it's still based on, the starting point is still a real thing. And that's the problem, is they're passing it off as a real thing that they're then fictionalizing. It's like, no, the whole thing was fiction. You're lying.
Here he is being brought on by Ubisoft, where they're trying to use him as a historical reference for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now remember, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a game that has been lambasted for the fact that they have ruined and butchered so many cultural references when it comes to architecture, when it comes to the language itself, using Chinese architecture, not placing shrines and torii gates in the correct areas. Completely just ignoring the actual history and the culture itself. But they bring in this guy who's a fan fiction author who tried to edit Wikipedia to suit his own narrative and wrote the article on the Encyclopedia Britannica trying to back up his claims as a historical reference for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Which is, by the way, really, really unethical in academia. Because what he's doing is he's referencing himself. He's referencing himself to basically credentialize and legitimize himself. It's like, you can't do that in academia. And Britannia claims to be an academic source. It's like, it's a really unethical thing to do.
It's just incredible. So you see this,
like professors that do this shit will they could lose their tenure for doing shit like this. So, Joy Coy's dad once said, "Rice is rice."
Account here, it's been translated. It says, "Here you go. Sorry for calling so late. Please share with English-speaking countries." And this right here is a podcast. It says, "Echoes of History Shadows, Yasuke, the First African Samurai." And you can see it says right here, Yasuke is one of the most captivating and yet mysterious figures within Japanese history. In 1581, at the height of the Civil War, he crossed paths with the country's most powerful warlord, Oda Nobunaga. Their meeting bound the two men together and set Yasuke on a path to becoming the first known samurai of African descent in Japan.
It's also gay. Remember that. The gamer made a big deal about that, how like you can romance straight and gay relationships for both of the characters, so they're both just player sexual essentially. It's like, yeah, so he's a gay black, or at least a bisexual. He's a bisexual black samurai, very progressive African samurai man.
Despite the fact that, again, you go back to the Britannica article, and even even Thomas Lockley says it's debatable, what samurai actually meant at that time.
Now, hang on, wait, go back to this. I was talking about the fighting and how he's like fighting like a samurai. This is a picture of him, or a painting of him, wrestling. I mean, now, don't get me wrong, the samurai did do hand-to-hand combat. But do you think he learned how to do this shit in Japan? No. He would not have been wrestling. He would have been doing fucking jiu-jitsu, or I guess it'd be judo. It'd be judo in Japan. He wouldn't be doing that.
Time, because, there's different ideas and interpretations of what really constituted a samurai. If you're a Japanese viewer in the audience, please explain to me if it's actually ever been heavily debated what makes a samurai. Because I understood that there was very strict parameters that make a samurai, but we'll continue with this here.
There's not only strict parameters, but there's also well-recorded documents. That's the thing. That's why we know that William something, the white guy, is actually recognized as a samurai because they record people who become samurai. They write it down and they maintain records, and they still have those records to this day. Which is why if this shit ever gets brought up in court, they're gonna, and then it gets asked, was he a samurai? They're just gonna go back into the records and they're just gonna be like, Roinin arimasen, samurai janai desu. Which is space, black man not here, not samurai. Basically, they're gonna look at the list because they document this shit. They have the documents. They know the families. They know the lineages, and they're gonna look up the lineages and be like, he's not here, so he's not a samurai, because all the samurais are recorded in these documents. Speaking of court, because this video is basically over. Speaking of court, that. Where is it? No. It's too much. There we go. We have this. AC Shadows is now a national issue in Japan. Nippon Journal, which I actually have watched. I have started watching a little bit of Nippon Journal because they speak in very basic articulated language. So it's like good, like a good way of learning to learning how to listen and understand Japanese. So I've started watching this. So this is like a major. This is like the Today Show of Japan, basically. It's exposed. They had a whole segment dedicated to exposing Thomas Lockley's lies, including his false claim about Yasuke being a samurai. Historians, newspapers, and the Diet are uniting against this distortion of history. It may soon become a government matter. And then, on top of that, where is it? Okay, there's this as well. Assassin's Creed Shadows issues with Yasuke and the discredited historian Thomas Lockley have exploded into a potential diplomatic incident. Letters are being sent with questions to the Japan Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of the Economy, Trade and Industry. While the government has not taken action yet, they are waiting for final release of the game to decide. And there is mounting pressure in Japan to address the issue with Ubisoft portraying false information to Japanese children. Damn. So these are the questions that are being sent to the various government agencies. It's been pointed out that Mr. Thomas Lockley wrote a book about Yasuke's story, which he created from his own imagination, and spread the contents of the book as historical fact all over the world, and that this is a movement to make a fabricated history the truth of the world without many Japanese people even knowing about it. Please tell us the government's opinion on this point and its future policy. That was sent to the Ministry of Education. Assassin's Creed Shadows, a new game being developed by the French game company Ubisoft. I like how they point out that it's a French game company. It's set in the Sengoku period of Japan, and Yasuke appears as the main character. This game company has been taken over by people of the political correctness movement. They still call it political correctness in Japan, which is cute. And from the pre-release interview footage, the disrespect for Japan is blatant. The content of the game that has been partially released has also been distorted and grossly disrespectful of Japanese cultural history and Japanese people. For example, in an interview, a person in charge of the grotesque decapitation scene said, quote, "Death was a common occurrence in Japan at that time, and most people died by having their heads neatly cut off. I would like to know the government's views on this matter and its future policy." Also sent to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, to all of them, basically. And this just keeps going. If it were a game made by a private company, there would be no need to be so concerned, but it has been announced that it was, quote, based on Japanese historical facts, and if this goes viral, people all over the world will start to believe it, which I think is extremely malicious. I love the usage of the term malicious. They didn't say irresponsible, they said malicious. I love it. Someone actually say most people died by having their heads cut off? Yes, that was stated. In fact, the following message has been released. The Brazilian embassy in Japan, so this is the Brazilians in Japan, publicly announced on Facebook that Yasuke was Japan's first black samurai, and that Yasuke was brought to Japan in 1579 and became a hero. I mean, yes, he was brought to Japan in 1579, but then and became a hero? He didn't do anything. Yeah, I mean, this is reaching a fever pitch. And then, following in the aftermath of all these exposés, this happened. No, come on, really? Come on. Oh man, oh, it's been deleted. Shit. Well, the news is that maybe it's because it's not true. I don't know. I bring this image up. I'll have to just read it to you. Nihon University erases Associate Professor Lockley's resume, and NHK deletes their program over Assassin's Creed issues. So NHK, which is like an educational channel in Japan that does like documentaries and stuff, had a documentary about Yasuke based on Thomas Lockley's work, and they deleted that documentary from their programming, and his name has been erased from the university. Like, this guy is fucked. He has been resoundingly discredited, basically. So he basically wrote a bunch of fiction about Black Samurai. Ubisoft took that as fact, and now it's being revealed that it's all bullshit, and Ubisoft is stuck with a bunch of egg on their face. This doesn't look good at all. But what it does do is it actually does provide Ubisoft a scapegoat. Because Ubisoft can very easily now just throw Lockley under the bus. I mean, the game's coming out in like 3 months. They're not going to not release it. You know, it's too late to really change anything about the story or characters and stuff anyway, either. So what they're probably going to do is they're probably going to throw, if they're going to admit to anything at all, I mean, they're woke, so they're probably going to double down on the lies. But if they do admit to it, they're going to blame it all on Lockley. And then Lockley is super duper fucked. He is royally fucked, as the British say. But yeah, and last week we covered the fact that there's like Japanese politicians that are contemplating bringing this up to the Diet, which is like their legislature. And it's just like, man, I am loving, because now, like, it was like a week or so, not maybe, it was like a couple weeks. Good old Yves Guillemot the CEO of the CEO man of Ubisoft, he was like, calling us all a bunch of malicious racist backlash, all this kind of shit. The typical lefty dismissal bullshit. But now his problem is that it's coming from the Japanese. Like, the Japanese are taking this way further than I thought they would, which I'm very happy about. Like, way, way further. I did not expect this to make any kind of political kind of impacts, but holy shit. They're taking this shit really seriously over there. And it could actually really damage Ubisoft. We shall see. I have a feeling that we're going to be covering this every weekend to some degree. So, yeah, they should release a pimp suit alternate skin and switch the Canova for glass down the liquid with a live squid in it. I mean, they already played hip hop music, because Black Man, never mind the fact that he's like from Africa, like literally out of Africa from the 1500s, went through India, the Silk Road over to Japan, and would never have a clue what hip hop music is. Probably wouldn't even like it, But because he's black, you gotta have hip hop, because we're not the racist ones, The same shit happened with Denzel Washington in the recent Gladiator 2 trailer. Like, that movie, the first 2/3 of that trailer actually looked kind of fun. Like, yeah, this is a totally unnecessary movie, but it looks entertaining enough. And then that hip-hop music started blasting, and it's just like, well, I'm not seeing this movie. The cultural music from ancient Africa. Yes, rap. It is ubiquitous, you see. They have been spitting bars since they first chucked their first spear over in Africa. Oh my god. Okay. Now, we're gonna do a rapid gear shift here. I have to show this. This because it made me smile. I need to get it onto the right tab here. Trumpamania is in full swing, chat.
What happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Yeah! I don't care that he's a racist, crazy person.
The next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpamania run wild, brother. Let Trumpamania rule again. Let Trumpamania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites?
Trumpites.
I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. As an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero.
Yeah.
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
ESP would suck Hogan off. This is so, that's waiting for the Idiocracy references. Oh my, this was like a real life, what's his name? Danny Camacho? Is that the name of the president from Idiocracy? It's 100% a Danny Camacho moment. But the thing is, it's like, you can make fun of it all you want. It's good optics. It's good optics, because it's like, this dude is so, yeah, he's kind of a racist. He's kind of a, kind of a weirdo, but the guy knows how to be a showman. And the Republicans have always had this image of just always having like a stick up their ass. You know what I mean? And having people like Hogan come out and cut essentially like a 15-minute promo, WWE style, for Donald Trump, totally reverses that image, and it's really good for optics. He was up on Twitter within hours. I'm surprised it wasn't up in minutes. I was surprised that there weren't memes about it while he was still speaking. I hate it, but the fact that this will actually win it, unfortunately, knocked a lot of people over. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can cringe at it all you want, but the fact is that resonates with a lot of people. They're wising up to the optics game. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. Like, it's a smart move. And sometimes it's like, yeah, it's cringe, but at a point you just gotta kind of lean into it and be like, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, no, fuck it. Fuck you, Trumpamania. We're running wild, motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it does a good job. It does a good job of making the party look like fun. You know what I mean? Because that's always been the GOP has always had a hard time with that. I mean, look at Hannity right now. Does he look like he's having fun? No. He looks like the judgmental prick he's always been. But when you get Hogan up there,
But what happened I didn't come to our country over the past 4 years that Donald Trump...
You're having fun. You're having fun watching a world famous legendary wrestler cut a promo for a president. It's like it's good optics. It just is. It's just good optics. Oddly racist was one of the clips I've seen go around. Yeah, he is oddly racist. But the thing is that none of that matters. It doesn't matter. Normies don't know about that. That's so far out of sight, out of mind. Honestly, the only people that really know that Hogan's oddly racist are wrestling fans. But the thing is that wrestling fans aren't the target audience here. Normies are the target audience here. And normies don't know anything about Hulk Hogan's oddities. They don't know that he's the one who took down Gawker because they released a bunch of really weird racist sex tapes with Hogan. They don't know that he learned that his most recent, brand ambassador was a light-skinned black woman wrestler and had her replaced with a couple of skinny white girls. Normies don't know this oddly racist shit that he does, and it doesn't matter in this context. This is a smart move by the RNC. Vladdy's with us. Every time I think Hogan, I think WWE champion and Phil. Totally. Phil is, we'll just say a wrestling fan and leave it there. No, this was great. This was great. I was smiling the whole time I saw this. I watched the whole thing live when it was happening, and I was like, holy shit, this is so fucking cringe, but it's also pretty awesome. That's the thing. That's what I mean. Wrestling is like that. Wrestling is full of cringe, but the moment you take the stick out of your ass and you just kind of lean into it and have fun with it, it's a ton of fun, and that's what this was. Anyway, I wanted to show that to y'all because it was funny as fuck. What else we got? I think we're done with the long thread kind of topics. One more thing. A few more things. There's like 2 or 3 more things I want to cover. Where is it? I want to cover the Crowdstrike thing because that was fucking crazy. Here we go. So this was a report from WRAL. Pretty sure Trump also had a flashback of his WWE wrestling debut. Oh my god, dude, the nostalgia. Did you also see Trump blow a kiss at him? Did you guys see that? It was fucking hilarious. I wonder if I can pull that up. Hang on. I think I could pull that up real quick. It is fucking funny to see. Trump blows kiss at Hulk. RNC. Yeah, here it is. This is fucking incredible. Oh, stop. It's a short, so like it really wants to play. Okay. I gotta resize the window real quick. Hang on. Actually. Go. Okay. Watch this. And he looks at him longingly, like he purses his lips, and then he gives him this longing look. Look at that face. He's like, "Oh, I miss you so much, man." Oh man, that's fucking funny. That's just funny. Okay. Let me get back to this Crowdstrike story. Because this affected me, actually. This affected my place of work. Getting some real good flashback to those locker rooms. Locker rooms I see. Yeah. Let me see here.
As Ken was just talking about, a global IT outage is causing major problems this morning. If you're just joining us, here's what you need to know. The outage is hitting industries across the world, including airlines, banks, healthcare, and media broadcasters. Major U.S. airlines have grounded flights, and there are global delays. Cybersecurity firm Crowdstrike told NBC that an update led to the outages, and it is not a cyber attack. WRAL's Monica Casey is at RDU. Monica, you've been there all morning long. You've spoken to some travelers who are frustrated, but things slowly starting to get back on track.
Yeah, this was wild because I woke up, I usually wake up like in the middle of the night, and then I guess I go back to sleep again. But I woke up and I happened to see my work laptop in the corner of my eye. Because usually it's not on. It's, you know, it goes to sleep. It's black, but it was on and it had the blue screen of death on it. And this was at like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that on Friday morning. And I was like, what the fuck? And the only way I could get it to get it to go off was to like hold the power button down for like 10 seconds and just force it to shut down. And I was like, I hope that gets fixed, you know, because I don't know what to do there. Now, when I went to work on Friday, I woke up later and went to work, and it was working. It was working by 8 o'clock. So within that 5-hour window, I don't actually know when it actually happened to me, but it only happened to my work laptop because my work laptop is running the enterprise, like Microsoft Enterprise solution, not their home solution for like personal users. So my desktop was fine. It was just my work laptop that has like the cybersecurity shit on it. And so yeah, and there was a bunch of people in my group that like when I logged in, there were all these emails about like this outage, and everybody was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, it was like a huge deal. Like, I was in a time zone so that when it happened, you know, we were all asleep. But like all of our branches, like in the Middle East and in the UK and Europe and stuff like that, they basically couldn't work for the day because their laptops were, because it's a remote team, and all their computers were basically bricked. They lost like almost a whole day of work because of it. It was like really disruptive.
Yeah, Michelle, it has been a long morning here, but if you take a look at behind me at security, we are seeing some people start to go through there, so there is a silver lining. Things seem to be getting better. If you take a look at the arrivals board here, though, at RDU, you can see just how many people have been impacted.
Durham, by the way.
American Airlines says as of 5 a.m., they were able to reestablish their operation, and now United says they are resuming some flights as well. I spoke with a woman who has been trying to get home for more than 2 days now. Her Frontier flight from Phoenix to Tampa first got stuck in Cleveland. Her second flight from here to Tampa was delayed overnight, and this morning she arrived to find a packed airport and another delay.
Yeah, this thing hit everything. I mean, it hit everything. It hit most big businesses, a lot of small businesses. It hit pretty much every airport around the world, actually, outside of like China and a few pockets in the Middle East and stuff like that aren't running Windows. It hit the banking infrastructures. It hit Wall Street. It hit everything. Just like, this was a big fucking problem. I don't know if they'll explain it in this report, but the main reason that they couldn't just, because it was bricked, it required Crowdstrike had to basically like wrangle up all of their engineers and assign them clients, and they had to basically talk their clients through on the user level how to get it fixed, because they couldn't just push like a rollback or a patch update to fix it, because the computers were bricked and couldn't receive it. So they had to like talk the users through on the end user side, one client at a time, to get it fixed, which is less than ideal.
Looking at everyone else, is like we're all in the same ship, as to say, or the same boat. At this time, it's a ship because it's so many people.
Maybe Saturday.
United
You kind of deserve it a little bit for flying Frontier.
has issued a waiver to help people with changing their travel plans. They tell me they expect to see disruptions throughout the day here. We have seen...
Isn't that a law now? I thought they passed a law, at least here in the States, that airlines, if there's like a delay of like more than a certain amount of time, they have to reimburse the flights to the passengers. I think that's a new law that got passed. I don't know when it goes into effect, though.
Many Delta customers who came here to the airport hoping to fly out just leave this building entirely. One man tells me he has been rebooked on a flight tomorrow. At RDU, Monica Casey, WREL News.
Yeah, because that's the problem. Like, when it comes to flight schedules, at a point, you can only delay flights so much, but at a point they start stacking up too much, and you just have to start outright canceling flights, which is like the worst case scenario. Ideally, they'll just be able to delay flights, and it'll kind of like, you know, it'll be like a ripple effect, where like the biggest ripples are the ones right where the rock lands, and then they get smaller and smaller as they radiate out from the rock. That's kind of what they do with flight schedules when they delay flight schedules. Is they, you know, the most immediate flight is the one that's worst delayed, and then the delays kind of cascade out, but they get less and less severe as they go outward. But if those ones at the beginning are too severe, they overlap too much, and they have to just start outright canceling, which is like an awful scenario for the airlines. They don't want to cancel flights.
Again, this global IT outage, not a cyber attack, but in part is from a software update for Microsoft operating systems from an update that was implemented by cybersecurity firm Crowdstrike. Now, just moments ago, the CEO of Crowdstrike spoke on the Today Show. Here's what George Kurtz had to say about what happened.
The name correctly.
The system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system. And we identified this very quickly and remediated the issue. And as systems come back online, as they're rebooted, they're coming up and they're working. And now we are working with each and every customer to make sure that we can bring them back online.
Yeah, see, like, yes, they have to work with every individual customer on the user end. What an absolute nightmare scenario for them. Also, it's kind of concerning to me how one company, without consent, can push software onto computers and cripple, like, the global economy in, like, 1 minute. You know what I mean? That seems a little concerning to me.
And here,
like, I'm curious, like, I wonder if Crowdstrike is going to keep their contract after this.
here's the thing, though, getting services back up and running will not be easy, according to tech experts that have spoken on CNBC. And the reason it will not be easily fixed, it turns out that these customers that cannot be updated remotely, that the problem has to be solved manually, endpoint by endpoint. And tech experts say this is expected to be a process that could take days. We'll continue to follow this here in the Live Center.
Stuff not working.
Yeah, they're going to start with critical infrastructure first. So that's your airports, ports, your trucking, your transportation logistics companies like Qualcomm. Qualcomm controls like manages 90% of like the dispatch traffic between the truck for truckers. They were affected by this as well. So critical infrastructure shit like that. That's going to be the #1 priority. Then they'll move on to big businesses that aren't critical infrastructure, and then they'll move into more and more smaller cases from there. That's why that's generally how they recover this kind of shit. A lot of countries, Russia for example, was unaffected because they don't rely on Windows. Well, yeah, so is like any business that uses Mac. Same thing, right? Yeah, Russia, China. Like I said at the beginning, there's like a lot of countries that are outside of the West that have infrastructure that's actually not based on Windows. I think doesn't Russia use Linux for most of their stuff, their infrastructure stuff? It's fucking cheap because Red Hat is cheap as fuck. It's also open source, which makes it kind of awesome.
Out there is breaking news. We've been following a global IT outage. It's causing some major problems this morning. If you're just joining us and getting up and getting moving on your Friday, here's what you need to know. That outage is hitting industries around the world, across our country, but beyond, including airlines, banks, healthcare, media broadcasters. Major U.S. airlines have grounded flights. There are global delays. Cybersecurity firm Crowdstrike told NBC an update led to the outages. It's not a cyber attack. We have team coverage for you, the worldwide impact. Renee Chu is in the WRL Live Center. She'll tell us about the impacts to the DMV and gas stations that you'll definitely want to know about. And we start with WRL's Monica Casey live at RDU. And this is a travel nightmare for folks who are trying to get out and fly this morning, Monica.
Yeah, Jeff.
That's the thing. It's like if you were like, oh, we'll just road trip, we'll cancel our flights to road trip it. Well, gas stations use like Visa, MasterCard and shit like that for their payments, and those got hit as well. So like you wouldn't even be able to fill up your tank at a gas pump. Like that's how crippling this fucking event was. It was a big fucking deal.
Jeff, it has been a frustrating morning for people here, but you can see behind me, we are seeing people going through the security line, so a silver lining here. If you take a look at the arrivals board, you can see so many flights delayed or canceled popping up there. American Airlines said as of 5 a.m. they were able to reestablish their operations, and now United says they are resuming some of their flights as well. I've spoken with people who have been traveling for days, impacted by weather leading up to this, trying to get home. I also spoke with a man who was here from Atlanta trying to get home. His flight was supposed to be at 5:30 this morning, and now he's been rebooked for 8 a.m. tomorrow.
A little frustrated, a little uptight because I was supposed to get back for one of my kids' performances this afternoon, so not too happy about missing that.
Okay.
United has issued a waiver for people to try to change their travel plans. That airline says they expect disruptions throughout the day. We have seen a lot of Delta customers who have been in this area of the airport for hours, some of them just leaving the airport and heading home, telling me they're going to try again tomorrow to get to their destinations. At RDU, Monica Casey, WRAL News.
And here in the WRAL Live Center, we are tracking more of those local impacts from this global technology outage. DMV offices, if you're heading to one of those today, just know that they may unable to assist you because of the global Microsoft and Crowdstrike outage. Their computers not working at this morning. Also, gas stations, if you're pulling up to a gas station, this is what meteorologist Amy Wilma saw this morning before she headed.
Yeah, see the cash only. Cash only.
Into work. This Circle K had a sign that said cash only, so their payment processing systems are down because of this global tech outage. But this morning, Crowdstrike CEO apologizing for the outage that his cybersecurity firm caused. And he said, as an explanation as to what happened, that the system that Crowdstrike had was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it, and that caused an issue with the Microsoft operating systems. Huge ramifications across the globe that we'll be tracking.
You know what that means? That means that means that they just have access. They can just push software onto your operating system at a kernel level. Because that's what it takes to trigger this. This requires kernel level access. That's scary as fuck. That this company just has access to that much global infrastructure at the kernel level. Like, that's kind of fucking scary. I had no idea about anything like this until this happened. In fact, a little lighthearted way to end this story is this was so ubiquitous that some people's fridges wouldn't even work. This bro couldn't even open his fridge. Never get smart appliances, chat. Never. Never, ever, ever get smart appliances. Remember that dude who, he got locked in his house because a guy on the outside, like an Amazon delivery driver, thought he heard the N-word coming from inside the house? That's hilarious phrasing, by the way. It's coming from inside the house. N-word. But it turns out, and so they just locked the whole house down because it was an Amazon guy, and he like made a complaint, and it's like, turns out that they have like smart appliances and locks and shit all around their house, and they're all like Amazon products, and they just fucking locked his house down. Like, and he wasn't even home. It turned out to be not true. But it's like, yeah, never get smart appliances, chat, because it will be weaponized against you. Your appliances will turn on you. Did I see the news of Destiny's Son? I did not. That means the fridge is on the internet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have like smart fridges now that like tell you, they like maintain like inventory inside the fridge, stuff like that, and they're connected to the internet to like give you like coupons and deals, because it'll tell you like, you're low on this. Albertsons is having a 15% off sale of that thing. And then it'll give you like the QR code for the coupon. That's what this shit does. I did not. I don't want to. I don't want this stream to be drama stuff. So like, I know there's some juicy shit. There's the Destiny shit. I saw those leaked texts from Destiny and his let's just call them kinks, his cum kinks, and yeah, I saw those. I kind of have an idea of what's going on with Boogie. There's some juicy drama going on right now, but that's not what this stream is for. The sad face on the fridge is great. I know, right? Imagine your fridge. This is so dystopian. Getting a BSD on your fucking fridge. That is so dystopian. Yeah, don't get smart appliances, chat. They're overpriced anyway. Okay. What else we got? We got about 20 minutes. We got enough time for a couple of just simple little stories to end the stream with. This one's fun. Boop, you are down to your last carton of Tomboy's breast milk. Would you like to order your refill of 5 cartons? And which ethnicity would you prefer this time? Fridge sad face makes you worry about the condition of the eggs or milk being spoiled, right? Let's look at this. She's a looker. What? Florida mom arrested for inciting 500-person riot at skating rink that canceled her daughter's birthday party. Police said Pedrosa used social media to encourage as many people as possible to turn up and confront law enforcement. I mean, that's literally inciting a riot. That's like literally a crime. Common Florida women? Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to believe that because I'm about to move to Florida. I can't imagine the quality of women in Florida being worse than they are here in Colorado. Anyway. I got the joke, NDA. I tried to read it like an AI would read it. Like, I tried to go like, HAL 9000 or whatever on it. You are down to your last carton of Tomboy's breast milk. Would you like to order your refill of 5 cartons? And which ethnicity would you prefer this time? You rolled a 20? Critical success. Yeah, I know. It's like that's what I said. She's a looker, isn't she? A Florida mom has been accused of inciting a 500-person riot at a skating rink in the Tampa Bay area. Okay, I'm not moving to Tampa Bay, so at least there's that. After the owners canceled her daughter's 18th birthday party, which resulted in the arrest of 26 people, per the Miami Herald. Stephanie Pedroso, 36, was arrested and taken into custody on Wednesday over the May 18th incident. She has been booked on charges of inciting a riot, obviously, and unlawful use of a two-way communication device to weaponize rioters. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said. That's a really specific law. Unlawful use of a two-way communication device. Investigators said that Pedroso, quote, called for violence after Astro Skate in Brandon canceled her daughter's after-hours birthday party because Pedroso had failed to meet a contact requirement by not hiring off-duty deputies for the event. Okay, after being informed about the cancellation the day before the event, Pedroso used social media to encourage as many people as possible to turn up and confront law enforcement, according to police. Using social media to weaponize our youth is absolutely deplorable. They're deplorable now. Said Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad. His name is Chad. Nice. Chronister. Dude, Chad Chronister? That's a fucking... That's an amazing name. As a parent, I cannot fathom what went through this woman's mind when she put lives at risk to provoke this mayhem. Well, they've normalized it in their communities. You know, they're used to burning their own communities to the ground. You know, I mean, they're encouraged to do it. According to authorities, Pedrosa used her daughter's Instagram live video stream and made, quote, multiple violent and vulgar statements while also offering people money to participate as per video evidence. Damn, she even paid them? Wow. She just like used like the Like, did they refund her money for the party? And then she's like, in a spat of irony, turned around and used that money to try to get their business destroyed. That's wicked, man. Instagram live video stream and made multiple. Wow, she didn't even have her own. She even used her own. So she used her daughter's Instagram following to do this. Damn, dude. The riot lasted nearly 6 hours. Holy shit. That's gonna take a lot of energy. I can't imagine being uppity for 6 straight hours. Like, do they get water breaks at least? Like, do they do that in shifts? Like, they riot for like a couple hours and they're like, okay, tag in. I'm tagging out. I gotta get some water and take a piss. I'll be back in half an hour. And then they're like, okay, where's my torch? It included approximately 500 people. Police arrested 26 juveniles and 6 adults, and a partridge in a pear tree. At least one person was injured and 5 local businesses were damaged, according to the sheriff's office. Of course it didn't stick to just the skating rink. Of course it spread to like the whole fucking block. Astro Skate canceled its Sunday all-night skate event following the following weekend, citing safety concerns per the paper. I think that's a valid... That's very valid sentiment. It's like, yeah, so some woman organized a mass riot involving hundreds of people to come destroy our business and hurt police officers, so we're going to go ahead and close up shop for 48 hours. I think that's a fair response. I want to be clear, using social media to encourage people to riot and destroy businesses is completely unacceptable. Was it unacceptable during the George Floyd riots? I wonder if that applies during the Summer of Love. And we will not tolerate that, said Sheriff Cronister. This serves as a stark reminder of how quickly situations can spiral out of control and show the importance of responsible behavior and the consequences of inciting violence. I mean, still though, like 26, what was it, 26 juveniles, 6 adults, so that's 32 people total out of 500? It's not even 10%. That's like, what, 6%? It's not a lot. That's really not a lot. Ain't no party like a riot block party. I mean, I guess there's plenty of opportunities for barbecue. Wait, what is this? I'm seeing here. Oh, I'm not showing that. Can't show that on YouTube. Look at this. What a... God, she looks like a Karen, doesn't she? Really does. She's got that Oompa Loompa shape, you know. Just and this is, I'm sorry, but this is a very mannish face. It really is. Like this is very sus. I mean, she's got the money to pay 500 people to riot. She probably has the money for a few surgeries. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Was this saying she looks like a dude? Totally, right? You know who she kind of looks like? She kind of looks like, what's that, what's the name of that black chick from the Ghostbusters movie? Oh my gosh. You know who I'm talking about? She kind of reminds me of her. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's find another goofy story. We're just doing goofy stories from here on out. Just little, simple little, fun little one-shots. That's all. I want to cover those two. Scroll down. Is there anything down here I want to cover? Okay. 2 more. One of which is a video. We got a Rev video, guys. We got a Rev video to react to. I like Rev. Okay, that is my sidebar. That. Go. All right. So this is. Oh wait, is this the right one? Hang on. I don't think this is the right one. No, it's not. This is the one I want.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
All right.
So today we have another round of Genshin Impact related.
So this is Rev covering the Genshin Impact boycotts. This was brought up by the Offensive Charm podcast with Rosa and Jazz and Asta, and I was like, oh my god, I have to talk about this. This is so cringe and hilarious. I wonder if they took a break from a hip hop competition. I bet they took two. I bet they did a rap battle, and I bet they did a twerking on top of a burning car battle. Maybe even at the same time for some extra spicy chaos. Anyway, all right, let's get into this this hilarious Genshin Impact boycott that's going on, quote unquote boycott.
Drama to cover because there is a full-on revolt in a portion of the Genshin Impact community. I believe this is now the 10th boycott of this game started by its own players. Now, why is this happening? Well, recently there was a new region called Natlan that was previewed, and in this preview we saw some new characters being introduced to Genshin Impact, and people on Twitter are very, very upset, claiming this is cultural appropriation as well as whitewashing because the skin tone of these characters is fairer than they would have expected from this fictional region. Yes,
It's so hilarious that they think that a Chinese company that's funded by the Chinese government is going to give a fuck about misrepresenting black characters. Like, the naivety.
Condolences to the citizens of Natlan. I hope they get the justice that they deserve in this situation. But this has gotten really, really out of hand to the point where now IGN and other sources like this are making articles covering the situation.
I can appreciate the clickbait IGN is using here. We're just gonna get a waifu looking up at you and showing off her cleavage. You know, just because. I can appreciate that from IGN.
See the headline right here. Genshin Impact is facing more accusations of cultural appropriation and whitewashing, and some of its voice actors are asking publisher Hoyoverse to make changes. So,
do they know that Baizhou is a thing? Do they know that the Chinese are specifically acutely aware of insufferable leftists in the West, and they have a special word for them? It's like they hate you people. Do you think they're going to listen to you?
So here's one of the voice actors joining in on this movement. In a tweet with over 1 million views, they say this: if a game draws so heavily from real-world cultures and bases a character on the supreme deity of the Yoruba religion, and that character ends up looking like pale Sasuke Batman...
Are you fucking kidding me? Like this voice actor had ever heard of the Yoruba religion, you know, until 5 seconds ago. Like, give me a fucking break. You don't give a fuck about the Yoruba religion. She probably couldn't name a single deity in that religion. I sure as fuck can't. Who the fuck knows anything about the Yoruba religion? You know? Also, does this person have the same opinion when it comes to Yasuke? Draws so heavily from real world cultures. I bet this doesn't apply to him.
People are absolutely within their rights to demand better representation, especially when said game has clearly stated commitment to a global audience. I hope y'all keep making your voices heard, and I hope they listen. These
bitches getting all mad about misrepresentation of African culture. You know, all they do is they take deities and they turn them into booby waifus. That's all they do. And you know what? As a Christian, I want them to take Jesus and every one of the 12 apostles, and I want Genshin to take Paul, turn him into Paulette, and make him a hot blonde waifu with tall legs, some nice abs, you know, some perky boobs. That's what I want, and I want Genshin Impact to do that to every one of the apostles, and I want Jesus to have the biggest boobs of them all. That's what I want. Because God bless Waifu Jesus. God, take the stick out of your ass, you fucking weirdos.
The definition of a first world problem. These people are more
Clip
angry
that.
about the complexion of these characters than they are the actual atrocities being committed by the Chinese government against its own citizens. Like, it's absolutely wild. And looking at this tweet, as a voice actor, why would MiHoYo ever want to continue working with you? It is a very terrible look. You are essentially accusing your own boss of cultural appropriation and whitewashing, while also riling up a portion of their fan base that is trying to boycott the game currently. Like, you are actually encouraging people who are hurting the bottom line of the company. Why would they ever want to hire you again? If they're halfway serious, they would realize how bad of a look this is and how much it's actually harming their company. But going forward, a lot of...
And plus, we've already seen instances of anime companies ditching VAs and using AI for subtitles and shit. We've already seen it. It's already started. They're already starting to get replaced. They see this happening and they still pull this shit. The self-righteousness is so off the charts. Cringe. It's incredible. I can't imagine having such high levels of arrogance and low levels of self-awareness. It's baffling to me, these people's mentalities. I could see a manga about the second coming of Christ being a waifu. My savior cannot be this cute. Oh, 100%, dude. I would read the fuck out of that. Are you kidding me? Before Paulette converts to Christianity, I want her to round up Christians and try to convert them back to the Roman gods. My God. I mean, that would be lore accurate.
A lot of people on Twitter are trying many different ways to basically punish MiHoYo and Genshin Impact for what's happening with this new region of the game. I've seen multiple posts like this individual saying this. What if we mass reported Genshin until their account gets banned? Maybe then they'll do something. And
literally just TOS violation. Again, the self-righteousness is so high and the self-awareness is so low. They just like openly proclaim to and encourage and like just breaking the TOS. Like, it's baffling. It's so fucking baffling. People are children. I don't care how old they are. They are mental children.
And what are they reporting these official Genshin Impact accounts for? Hate speech. I regret to inform this individual, it is not hate speech to introduce fair-skinned characters into a game. That is not hate speech. In fact, the only person in the scenario that is risking violating Twitter's TOS is this post right here.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is targeted harassment. You can't tell people to falsely report an account until it's banned.
It's also abusing the tools of the platform, which is also against the rules.
That is actually against Twitter's TOS. However, the main account here that a lot of people have been using for this boycott is this HYV Boycott, the official account for the HoYoverse.
Do you imagine
boycott.
being the person?
Yes,
do you imagine being the person who starts this account and manages it? What kind of a fucking pathetic life do you have to actually like be the person to start and maintain this account? Like, God, dude, fucking put the phone down and go play soccer. Jesus Christ.
This is a very, very serious situation right here. So let's check out some of their posts. Here's the first one saying, I think it's safe to say that we have all had enough of the erasure of our cultures and identities. Today, I introduce...
You hadn't heard of any of these cultures or identities until HoYoverse made a land or whatever thing based on them. You don't fucking care.
Due to the Boycott HoYoverse account. We will be an account sharing how you can boycott, spread the word, anything helps. Again, these people are way more angry about this than anything the Chinese government is doing, and it's absolutely insane. But let's see the main post people are clowning on right now. This is a do and don't suggestion of what you can do during this boycott. The things you should do and the things you shouldn't do. And before we get into the actual things listed here, notice that in the do's and don'ts, you will never find any mention of people being
Playing
told
the game.
not to play Genshin Impact.
Yep.
At no
That's the
point does it
funniest
say,
thing.
don't play
the
Genshin Impact. The iron will of Twitter activists, right? They can't even stop playing the game that they're boycotting.
Again, that's why I think the average person involved with this boycott is like 12 years old. They don't, they want to feel like they're a part of something. They have cozy, middle class, stable, their parents are cozy middle class, stable income parents, so they don't have a care in the world. Mommy makes them their grilled cheese every night, tucks them into bed, and makes them pancakes in the morning and gets their lunchbox ready for school. They don't have a care or a worry in the world. And they're just desperate to feel like they're a part of something. And so they see this silly game that they love to play, and they just jump into it. And that's all it is. That's what this is. These aren't adults. These are all a bunch of free-to-play leechers who don't actually give a shit. Who cares? And I know that's what China thinks too. China literally has it in the terms of service of the game that these kinds of complaints will fall on deaf ears. Which I think is a fantastic policy, to be honest.
Anyways, let's look at their...
But it can backfire. Like, if a woke game company did that, then they're basically saying that we don't care about, anything that you say. It's like, well, you should care about customer feedback, case by case. But I think that their policy is, like, specific issues like this, like accusations of, like, basically political correct complaints, will be disregarded. I think that's literally in their TOS, which is base as fuck. I can't believe it. These people are so fucking annoying and awful that they have me rooting for the Chinese. That's how bad. That's how fucking just unappealing these annoying Twitter freaks are. I'm making you hungry? Oh, you can hear me? I'm sorry. Going further, they are dysfunctional failures. Yeah, they 100%, they are.
Do section. The first thing they encourage you to do is review bomb Genshin Impact in Hoyoverse games. That's interesting because normally Twitter is very against review bombing. When we see games getting review bombed by players who are upset with the content, typically people on Twitter say that's a bad thing and they shame you for doing it. But all of a sudden now it's okay. But they also say like and retweet. Yes, help boost this account into the algorithm. You guys should do the same thing with this video. Like, comment, and subscribe. This is a very, very serious thing I'm talking about here. They also say share posts from us. Share posts from Black, Indigenous, people of color. Spread the word. Tell a friend. Encourage others to speak up. Now,
I'm speaking about it. I was encouraged by the Offensive Charm podcast to speak up about it. I am doing my part. I am a part of the boycott. I am a proud speaker upper against these retards.
Say, imagine telling like your coworker about this situation, but let's be honest, the people boycotting this game would be more appropriate to say like their classmates.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Like imagine telling
100%.
your classmate to join in on this boycott. Like it's absolutely goofy, but this gets even worse. So down here it says respond to surveys, send complaints.
Again, these are the people. These people don't pay anything, and they don't engage in the economy of the game at all. They're just freeloader children. Maybe on their birthday, daddy, lets them use $15 off of daddy's credit card, to buy a skin for their favorite, waifu or whatever the fuck it is. But that's about it. Like they don't contribute. These people aren't contributing to the actual monetization of the game.
Customer support, and this part is wild. Sign the linked petition and contact your local politicians.
Hey, can you imagine calling a local senator and being like, can you get on the phone with China and tell them that they are culturally appropriating an African religion and they need to stop disrespecting all them people that I've never met? And then the senator's going to be like, click. Like, what the fuck? It's like I have 500-person riots at skate rinks to deal with. Shut the fuck up.
They want you to contact your local politicians over this new region in Genshin Impact and the skin tone of the characters contained within it. Please be serious. And if there are people like hate watching this video who are involved in this boycott, let me tell you something with true sincerity here. Please do not waste your time contacting these local politicians and wasting their time and resources on something like this. First of all,
I'll call them early in the morning, when they don't have so much on their plate. And just a couple of you, I want you to do it, and I want you to record it, and I want you to release it. Please, I want that recording. I want a Genshin Impact not enjoyer on the phone complaining to a U.S. senator about the skin tone of the characters in the game. I want to hear that conversation play out. I would love to cover that. Do it.
Well, they're gonna have no idea what you're talking about. They're gonna be completely confused, and they're just gonna basically close out of your email. But on top of that, there are infinitely more important things going on in the world right now that'd be worth your local politician's time.
Like 500
more
person
than
riots
this,
at skate
okay?
rinks.
Just be serious for a second. And they also say down here, post in the official Hoyoverse account's comments, mute/block trolls. So this whole thing about posting in the official Hoyoverse accounts, that just boosts their posts in the algorithm. You're actually helping them by doing this. But let's move on to the don't section. So it says, don't make any additional purchases, don't participate in giveaways, don't participate in the Hoyoverse's economic flow.
That's easy for this
battle
group.
passes, all this stuff.
They
And
put it in if they
also
wanted
don't
to.
harass/threaten voice actors, artists, or any content creator. Yeah, you guys think they're gonna stay true to their word right here about not harassing content creators?
Come at me. I will absolutely monetize haters. Do it. Come after me. Come after my 69 sub ass. Come after me, motherfuckers. See what happens.
I guarantee that's going to be violated very quickly when people see content creators they don't like making fun of this boycott. But they also say, don't send threats to customer support, don't interact with racists, and don't speak over people who are indigenous/affected. Okay, so this is getting clowned on by a lot of people, and I think this...
all those indigenous Africans who are playing Genshin Impact. Yeah, don't talk over them, chat. Don't be a dick. Stay in your place on the totem pole. You know better. Be better. Funny number sub. I know. I have made it, Umbra. I have made the funny number sub.
This screen capture right here by Hero Hey really sums up everything going on and the level of seriousness behind this boycott. So this individual says, wait, I'm sorry, but what does calling my local politician do exactly? Where this user says, someone brought up the option of communities whose culture Natlin is appropriating to contact their leaders so they can raise the issue of Hoyo hurting cultures and communities of people to the Chinese government. They want you. They think this is going to actually work. They want you to go to your local politicians and complain about what's happening in Genshin Impact. So then the local politicians can go to the United States government, and then the United States government will contact the Chinese government to say that these Genshin Impact players are upset.
No. Take it to the UN. All the way up to the top, baby. I want a 12-year-old Genshin Impact enjoyer on the floor of the UN complaining about the skin tones of the characters in the Natland region. Do it. You go win your boycott. I love this so much.
Are we serious right now? Are we serious? I'm also seeing a lot of users bringing up the Genshin Impact TOS, and there's actually a section that says this. We cannot guarantee that you will not encounter content that you consider offensive or otherwise inappropriate, and we accept no liability for any failure to remove or delay in removing any such content. They basically say if you're upset about the themes of this fictional setting, we don't take responsibility for it, and you have to basically remove yourself from this situation. And
I could appreciate that, honestly. I can appreciate that, but I can also see that being anti customer feedback. But again, I have a feeling that the Chinese. I mean, I have a feeling that they actually crafted that specifically to tell the Baizhou to go fuck off. I think that's specifically what it's there for. It's there specifically to tell Western politically correct leftists to pound sand. That's what I think it's for.
In fact,
because they know it's coming. You know, they know that they're the ones who are going to complain.
There's in-game dialogue from Genshin Impact over and over again reminding players that this is a fictional setting with fictional characters and none of this is real. That's how sad this portion of the community is. They have to be constantly reminded that this is a fictional setting and not supposed to be representative of real-life human beings.
The Thermians. I just realized they're Thermians. Do you remember Galaxy Quest, the Tim Allen movie that's like a parody of Star Trek? The alien race in that movie, they're called Thermians. And the whole premise of the alien race is that they have no concept or understanding of deception and lying. So they see, like, everything that they see, whether it be like in front of them with their own two eyes or like through a video screen, everything that they see they think is real. And so they mistake this show as real, which is how, like, kind of like the whole premise of the movie. But the whole point is that they literally can't understand the concept of fiction versus reality because fiction is deception technically, and they literally don't have a concept for that. And that's what these people are. They're fucking Thermians. What? That's so wild. What a reference! Hell yeah. Baizhou, I haven't heard that story in almost 10 years. It's true though. They let Anita on the UN floor. That's what inspired me. I thought of Anita, and I was like, if they let Anita complain about Gamergate on the floor of the UN, then they should let a 14-year-old from bumfuck middle school complain about Genshin Impact skin tones on the floor of the UN. I want to see it. I want to see it happen, especially since the UN is very Chinese influenced. They not see Star Trek and things the actors are actual space heroes. Yeah, it's actually a really good movie. Galaxy Quest. Highly recommend Galaxy Quest.
And I'm seeing more posts from this account saying this. Disappointing to see that the Hoyoverse's new #Genshin Impact characters still lack authentic cultural representation. Our call for diversity and respect in gaming continues. Join us in demanding better. And of course, they're quoting Genshin Impact here. And all this does is promote the post that they're quoting.
Totally.
It's just promote.
They just turned every deity into a waifu. Like, they're just trying to make it fun. Like, get the stick out of your ass. Again, put the phone down and go play soccer.
Odin,
Jesus.
This new character. Like, a lot of people wouldn't even have seen this new promotion if it wasn't for this quote. It's so backwards. And I've seen other accounts joining in on this boycott saying stuff like this. Not quote retweeting Genshin because I don't want them to get more engagement. Okay, fair. But they say this: do not let Kava's rerun distract you from the Hoyoverse's colorism. Do not let the new characters' drip marketing distract you from the Hoyoverse's racism. Look at how pasty pale they are. Speak up. On top of all that, again,
God, these people
no mention of
so much
discontinuing your Genshin Impact account. There's no mention of stopping playing this game.
Also, it's funny that they use the word colorism instead of racism first. Because remember, they made up colorism as their own version of racism. So it's like, the whole thing, it's like, well, we're allowed to be racist because we're black. You know? We just don't call it racism, we call it colorism. But it's literally just racism. But they distinguished it because in their dumb little ideology, black people can't be racist. Minorities in general of any kind can't be racist. But they can be colorist, which is just racism. Because they're all retards.
They just have to remind people to not buy new stuff. It's crazy. They can't give it up. They accuse Hoyoverse of colorism and racism, but they can't stop playing the game.
I think that's why. because they realize, like, we're not really contributing to the economy anyway, so playing the game doesn't hurt or help them. So we might as well just keep playing the thing that we like to play.
It's crazy. But also I saw some other very wild claims. So some people are claiming that other Hoyoverse games actually do have some diversity. However, they're disappointed that Genshin Impact does not have the same, and they say this: it shocks me how such a pro-LGBTQ plus company can be so colorist. Do better, Hoyoverse.
Wow. Every sentence in there is a cringe leftist buzzwords. Colorist and do better. Just, again, the moralizing is so fucking insufferable from these weirdos. Ugh. It's also fucking hilarious at this point. I will always remember Galaxy Quest as the movie where Monk gets it on with a squid, Tim Allen tries to be Buzz Lightyear, and Snape plays a depressed Spock. I mean, yeah, basically. To be fair, at this point, racism does simply apply to the color of your skin. There's no actual racial indicators people care about other than that. Oh yeah, I mean, it's the whole ideology is literally skin deep. You know, it it shocks me how such a pro-LGBT. Do they actually think that Hoyoverse, a Chinese company, is super pro-LGBTQ? That's... press X to doubt on that one. This, like, they know that their audience is primarily male. And they're making a bunch of waifus for men. That doesn't sound very LGBTQ, sorry.
Person is claiming that Hoyoverse is a pro-LGBTQ plus company. That is a very wild claim. And then there's some infighting on that. So some Genshin Impact players are saying, well, hold on a second. They're not pro-LGBTQ+.
They're not even agreeing with each other on that
They're
one.
actually queer baiting with their characters. So apparently that's another issue going on in the Genshin Impact scene. But this is another person clowning at saying, gun to the back of your head, name 5 Hoyoverse characters that are LGBTQ. Yeah, pretty honest, but this whole situation is wild. This is a ridiculous situation. I cannot believe the level of attention all of this has gotten because of the complexion of some of these characters from a fictional region in a fictional setting. It's wacky. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, this boycott will end eventually once people get bored and they'll continue playing Genshin Impact. But feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks, Rev. Oh my god. The whole boycott is just like... I could have sworn the left were like really good at boycotts. But man, they've gotten lazy in recent years, haven't they? Like, they suck at it now. Not only that, but I think companies are starting to wise up to the fact that, like, hey, these people are weirdo, insane retards, and we can just not listen to them. You know, just go about our business. Literally. Oh my god. Impact was almost 100% lesbian. Anybody who was canonically such blatantly straight died horribly. Wait, what? What? Impact? Genshin Impact was almost 100% lesbian? I don't understand the comment. Sorry. I don't know why that one's going over my head. I feel like it shouldn't. Call the character Bleach or Blank if they want to be spiced. Call him Blanco. Alright. So that's what's going on with this silly Hoyoverse boycott. I'm actually curious. What was the name? Hang on.
This
HYV boycott. How many? Curious now. HYV boycott. Look at this. Look at this chat. Something got 8,700 followers. Like, come on. And in the video, when I paused, it had 5,900. So it's got like a couple thousand more since he made this video fucking 4 days ago. Like, this is not getting traction. I mean, this is getting more traction from people like me who are, like, making fun of it than people actually committing to the boycott. What a joke. Alright. Alright, let's do one more to close the night out. Honkai Impact 3rd before Genshin had a ton of lesbian couples, so they technically have a point. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't play any of the Hoyoverse games. I have no connection or knowledge of any of them, really. I guess I thought the boycott was fucking hilarious when I saw it on that podcast on Wednesday. All right. Come on. Hang on. I gotta... there we go. Okay. Disney World brutally axes beloved character after 50 years over fears his name is offensive to alcoholics. Walt Disney World is relaunching a fan favorite attraction after making major updates. So this is the Country Bear Jamboree, including renaming one of its most popular characters. The Country Bear Jamboree, a Magic Kingdom institution since 1971, shut down in January of this year for a revamp. Man, dude, Disney World is so fucked once Epic Universe opens. Renamed Country Bear Musical Jamboree. Okay. Is it musical built into the word jamboree? Like, why do you need to add the word musical? Like, what jamboree doesn't have music? It's intrinsic to the word. What a stupid... Anyway, whatever. The animatronic crew of Singing Bears returns on Wednesday, minus one beloved character. Liver Lips McGrowl, a slightly chubby brown bear with pouty lips, was axed from the program over concerns his name is offensive, reported Inside the Magic. Really? The term liver lips describes swollen lips due to excessive alcohol consumption and has also been used as a racial slur? What? A racial slur? I have never heard of that one before. That seems like bullshit to me. Now, I don't think I've ever even heard liver lips used in context of alcoholics either. I know that your liver, obviously, is affected by alcohol, but lips? What? And then liver plus lips? Like, what? I want to call bullshit on both of these. Here we go. A poster advertising the reimagined attraction shows the bear has been renamed Romeo McGrowl. Romeo McGrowl. I mean, it does roll off the tongue. His appearance is largely unchanged, but he sports a bouncy head of blonde hair and a purple necktie. The revamped experience features a brand new script and score made up of Disney songs performed by musicians including McAnally. His name is McAnal. That is a very unfortunate last name. Mac McAnally. Allison Russell, Chris Thill, and Emily Ann Roberts, according to Variety. The new set list features a new original and eponymous song written for the attraction. Other numbers include songs from new films such as Utopia and Coco, classics from The Little Mermaid, Mary Poppins, and The Jungle Book. Okay, those are all solid sources for music. Where is he? There he is, Romeo McGraw. Okay, so they turned him into Elvis, who was like well known to be a fucking alcoholic. I mean, I don't know if that helps the case. God, I can't believe they tore Splash Mountain did to replace it with that shitty Tiana's Bayou. What a sham. The only song that is from the original set list is Come Again, the closing number. Disney has splashed out on woke replacements for some of its best loved themes, right, since deciding to ditch the theme at the height of the George Floyd. It all goes back to George Floyd. God. It's so pathetic. The corporation ordered the leveling of its Splash Mountain flume rights in 2020, deeming the references to the 1946 film Song of the South not appropriate in today's world. Yes, it is. You guys are just fucking childish about it. Also, Splash Mountain was only torn down in America. It's still up and running in their theme parks outside of America. In fact, I'm going to go to the Japanese one next year. That'll be fun. Tiana's Bayou, I already read that. Tiana's Bayou, to be fair, was actually planned well before George Floyd, but they knew that they would get a backlash because Splash Mountain is so popular and beloved. And so they used George Floyd as an excuse to pull the trigger on the Tiana's Bayou plan. That's what happened there. At least according to Clownfish. I've heard Clownfish yap about Splash Mountain ever since it was announced, to all the way up until its disastrous opening recently. They've been yapping about it. Why do I feel like liver lips is an Irish slur? I don't know. I didn't think of Irish when I heard it. Great new word for the encyclopedia. Yes, add it to the list of slurs. Make sure that Rosa covers it when she eventually gets around to her slur tier list. To be fair, liver lips does sound like an insult. I don't know what you're insulting, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I could see it. You're right. It does kind of have a stinging sound to it. The old liver lips. But it sounds like an insult that was like made up in like a fictional world for like for a novel. Like the writer was like trying to think of like make up slurs that like one fantasy group of people use against another. You know what I mean? Like that's what it sounds like. It sounds made up like that. Oh, that's it. That was short. So yeah, oh wait. Like that's it? Wait, it doesn't get into, hang on. Let me go, where is it? Here. Okay, cases that we went over that. However, the decision to remove Liver Lips McGraw was driven by concerns over the character's name. The term Liver Lips is considered derogatory and offensive, as it is associated with excessive alcohol consumption and the resulting liver damage. Okay, I mean, yes, excessive alcohol consumption does result in liver damage, correct. The phrase is deemed to be insensitive and outdated, prompting Disney's decision to modify the character. So they got rid of it because it's insulting to alcoholics? Has any alcoholic alive today ever been called liver lips? I have the feeling that the answer to that is no. And this is yet another move by the internal sensitivity team, whose job it is to find offense and shit, because if they don't find offense and shit, then there's no purpose for them to be there. And they're out of the job. So of course they're going to make up shit that they're going to say is offensive, but actually isn't. That's what this sounds like. In the revamped Country Bear Jamboree, Liver Lips McGraw has been replaced by a new character named Romeo. We already read that. The removal of Liver Lips McGraw from the Country Bear Jamboree is emblematic of a broader trend. Yeah, we got that. Evolution is driven by desire to create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all guests. Show me one guest, fucking one guest that didn't go to the Country Bear Jamboree because one of the characters was named Liver Lips. One. I want to see one. This is all bullshit. This is all made up bullshit. Disney has undertaken similar initiatives in recent years, with notable examples including the reimagining of Splash Mountain and the Jungle Cruise. Yeah, they redid the Jungle Cruise. They got rid of all like the native shit, and it's all boring and lame now. Beyond the specific attractions, Disney has implemented broader changes to enhance inclusivity and diversity within its parks. These efforts include the introduction of gender-neutral restrooms, the expansion. Was this written by AI? This sounds like it was written by AI. It's just like they just feed it all these like SEO buzzwords, like woke buzzwords, and they just have the AI just spit out this shit. It doesn't sound natural. Company has also made strides. Yeah, we know that Disney is like insufferably woke. We know that. While the process of addressing culture is ongoing and complex, because to evolve, the times are commendable. Are they? I have a feeling they're not going to pan out this way. Companies' willingness to adapt its attractions and storytelling to reflect changing societal values. That's the gaslighting. It's not societal values. It's leftist values. It's only like a small segment of society. It's not all of society. This is the gaslighting misdirection that they constantly engage in to make it seem like their sensitivities are like mainstream when they're not. They just say this shit unabashedly, and they get away with it. It's fucking ridiculous. A commitment to creating a welcoming and inclusive environment for all guests. Again, name one person that felt excluded because a character was named Liver Lips. I want to meet that person, so I'm not going to say it. It remains to be seen how Disney will continue to navigate these challenges. Now we also need a new discovery. Oh, is this an update? Once the new Jamboree Jamboree opens tomorrow, the meet and greet character of Liver Lips will also be history. Well, yeah, I mean, if they're going to get rid of him in the show, they're going to get rid of him in the meet and greet. That makes sense. Hearing that Romeo, formerly Liver Lips, will now be returning as a walk-around once the new Country Bear show opens tomorrow. The rest of the bears will still be meet, but Romeo will be retired. It is not clear if there will be a new meet and greet character added for Romeo McGraw. Oh, so the meet and greet is just gone completely for this character. Well, that isn't very inclusive. That's not inclusive at all. Why does it got to be zippity doo-dotting all over my zippity day? Because they're zippity retarded. Like an insult against a fantasy fish race. Like the fish from that remember the Will Smith fish movie? Can't remember what the name of it was. It was like him and like Angelina Jolie as fish, and they had like these big weird, like regular human lips. It was really fucking weird. Can't include everyone, so let's exclude everyone. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. That's inclusion is actually exclusion. You like in the effort to include a very small amount of people, a very small group of people, you end up excluding a much larger group of people. So it becomes exclusive by design. But anyway, Disney's retarded. They've been retarded for a while now. And they keep doing shit that they think is virtuous, but it's actually not, and it's just stupid. I think that's about it for the night. Whew. Holy shit, that was 5.5 hours. That was a good one. That was a good one, chat. That was fun though. That was fun. Kind of. I need to organize it a little bit better. There's a little bit too much downtime, I felt. So I'm gonna try to. If we have any kind of multi-thread or multi-item stories that we're kind of going to go through like a thread, I'm going to try to make an effort to clean that up a bit. But other than that, that was a lot of fun. Got through it pretty well. And one last joke got censored. That means it's time to say goodnight, NDA. I distracted you a lot. Not sorry. I don't want you to be sorry. I like getting distracted by you. No, you guys are all, every last one of you, you're always good company here on the Helmsman streams. Every single time. So, always a blast hanging out. Also, before I go, I think this is going to be the first stream that I am going to cut up digitally. And I am going to post videos on a set schedule throughout the week. And basically just so look forward to that. I have I think that'll help bring traffic to the channel by doing that, because these news streams are covering current events, current stories. They have buzzwords in them, and they will help the algorithm. That's really what it boils down to. So, look forward to that. And audio's cutting out? What? Uh-oh. It's not good. Is that okay now? Sorry. Oh, I know why. my mic unscrewed from the stand and it rotated away from my mouth. So it literally was pointing away from me, and it wasn't picking up my voice. Anyway, no, what I was saying is this is the first stream that I am going to cut up and turn into individual videos, and I'm going to post those on a regular schedule across the week. And it's all for the sake of the algorithm. And it'll be, because the stream is full of like current news, current things going on. It's got a lot of buzzwords that people search for. I think that'll be a good way to bring people into the channel, and it'll help with discoverability quite a bit, or at least a little bit more. Because I've been streaming for several months now, and I've only got 69 subscribers, and it's like, there's gotta be a way to tick that up. And I know that it's mainly because I'm a guy with a VTuber avatar. Let's be real, that's the real reason. But I want to try to increase the traffic a bit, and I think the videos will help do that. So look forward to that. And other than that, we're back to the regular rigmarole next week. We got Final Fantasy, more Yakuza, and Black Flag, and yeah, well, got the new stream on Saturday, so it's just the normal old schedule. So anyway, I'll hope you all hope to see you all soon. Hope you all have a really good rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care, chat. Watch, it's yours.